including the people, the Khoi language, and they have these sort of things he does with her tongue, like these type things. Is that a sound, and is that one of those things in here?
So I'm reaching a little bit to try to get what I think you're getting at, which is there are a number of languages in that area that use clicks,
yes,
which is an unusual group of consonants, and those do have IPA characters, although they're on a separate chart in the non-Pulmonic consonant section, and yeah, so they don't quite go onto that chart because that chart is just for the Pulmonic, which basically means, as the name implies, these are consonants that you use your lungs for.
Yeah, I see. And so, because there's an audio one, there's a vowel chart, and there's a non-consonant. So, excellent.
Yeah, the non-Pulmonic consonant has the ejectives, which are pronounced by using the muscles in your mouth to create air pressure. And then there's the clicks, which actually, it still uses your lungs, but rather than exhaling, you're actually inhaling to create the pressure differential.
And also doing something with your tongue. The Khoi and the San, which are indigenous tribes in South Africa, they have these type things. I can't do it right, because apparently I do it wrong.
The difference with the different clicks, right? So you're using your lungs to create a difference in pressure, but you're putting your tongue in different places to change where that difference in pressure occurs, in which part of your mouth.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing that you do with pulmonic consonants, right? So when you put your tongue in different places, it changes where the airflow is being interrupted.
Yeah. And she says, by the way, that there's 5 different ways to kick. There's also
that's about right.
There's 5 different styles. Oh, we're starting?
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back to Debate Hub.
Hello.
We're here. We made it. I'm excited for this one. This one's gonna be, oh boy, I think we're gonna make everybody mad by the end of this one. Welcome back to Debate Hub. I am Chesh. I am your master debater. I hope you guys are excited to be here. Special thanks to Bent Hovind, no relation, for our little music stinger at the beginning. I am a fan. You can go and find him and his music at his stuff, but you can also find him over on Dapper Dino's channel. Dapper, it's good to see you.
That's me.
Popcorn to you.
Thank you. Oh, so I'm Dapper Dinosaur. I run the channel Dapper Dinosaur. Unsurprisingly, I think most people probably figured that out. I mostly do debunking of creationism, especially young Earth creationism. But I also, sometimes do old Earth creationism. I've done some physics nonsense, some medical science nonsense, some weird quantum woo spirit science nonsense that touches on like physics, medicine, biology, history, archaeology, mythology, freaking math. It guy's all over the place. And yeah, I'm now here to review the Ken Ham Bill Nye debate. And while my primary criticisms are going to be for Ken Ham, as I think everyone knows, I do have some criticisms for Mr. Nye.
Yeah. Landon was talking about that earlier. Landon, how you doing? What's going on?
I'm doing well, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone and latitude from your astronomer guide to our favorite universe. And I'm suffering from winds from Canada. You might hear things outside. We have, we're currently, it is cold here. And it is cold because of Canada. So blame Canada, blame Canada. I don't want to sing too long because I might get a copyright strike. But it is a thing here. And right now it is -4, and the wind chill is -16.1 due to winds from Canada.
That is.
And is that in the freedom scale or the communism scale?
It is in the civilized unit scale. I am someone who is not metrically challenged. So that being said, but I will point out that Canada does have problems with units. It measures people's heights in inches and furlongs and rods, but it measures pieces of wood, and I know it's complicated, but you have to ask Canadian for that.
That's fair.
That's a problem with like the Anglosphere in general. Anglosphere countries are always like stuck in the middle. Most of them have like their own little quirks where they'll use like the more old style units rather than metric for weird things. Like over in the UK, they often measure people's weight in stones, and it's like, who does that? And the answer is they do. That's it.
and when I'm in the gym and when I give my trainer my weight and not broadcast what my weight is, I will give it in stone, pound, ounce. And he, being Scottish, can understand that. But like I said, it is interesting. By the way, over in the former United Kingdom, the Tories are about to introduce legislation to essentially nullify regulations that were put into place when they joined the EU. And some of the stuff will involve eliminating the need for defining what a billion is, because the English have problems with their billions, and they are going to also go back to allowing people to specify stuff in drams, grains, and other weird units. They're about to devolve more.
Man, I wonder how many drams my drink is.
but drinking wise,
the answer's a lot.
That is a good
question. I assume we'll talk about the drinking rules, but to start off with, I have a cup with volcanoes thing with Pele's ash in it, and I did a latte, but I added a little bit of whiskey to it.
Ooh.
Eventually, we'll move over to one or two beers, or maybe both, depending on there. We have a Henry Whitehart's Private Reserve lager, and we also have this resilient dry hopped IPA. We can try this too, and maybe I'll get some audience suggestions as to which one to try. And then if we need to go further, Bellwood, the Apple Farm, has a barrel-aged gin that is quite nice. It's from 2022. And then if we need to go farther, I have a Dwar's 21-year blended Scotch whiskey, if we need to go that far. And I think given the subject matter,
we'll see. This one could go either way. This could go either way.
What are other people drinking, if I may ask?
Hey, Dapper, what do you got? And then I'll say what I got, then I'll explain the rules.
So I'm. This is disappointing, I know. I have a tall glass of water.
Dapper's having a day.
And that is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, it's a little early. I had my Tuesday drinking show. I'm going to be talking to Young Earth creationists tomorrow. I made the executive decision that maybe doing a drinking show for this, then needing to talk to a Young Earth creationist tomorrow, then having my show on Tuesday, maybe I needed a day where I didn't consume copious amounts of alcohol.
Yes, you're not required to drink alcohol. To pick your poison, if that poison is water, that's totally fine and fair and up to you.
And that's perfectly acceptable. There's no requirement that it has to be alcohol.
Not even for those on the stream. Okay, so I was worried because I also have a giant headache to deal with tomorrow. I have to talk about Jordan Peterson with Mania tomorrow on Dumbfeck Friday, and I'm I'm gonna be so hungover. So I got something that I haven't tried before, and I'm hoping it's gonna be good. I got Cottage Springs vodka lemonade.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. And I've got a couple of different flavors here, so we'll do the flavors as we go through, and I also have a reserve bottle of wine just in case, because I was actually considering just taking this giant jar and filling it with wine and just having a mega pint of wine, but then I realized how sick that was going to make me, and I had things to do tomorrow.
So yeah, I mean, this is not a DFF Dumbfeck Friday show, but because it's Thursday, but I think it will.
It's gonna feel like it.
Yes, but I'm glad
to
be here with getting support from Dapper and Chesh on this event, because it'll take some yes.
We gotta settle in for this one. Buckle in, boys. I got the drinking rules for today are pinned in the chat, as well as they are available in the description if you're curious. Rule number 1. AIG is a bag of dicks. Now, AIG is a bag of dicks is something from specifically Dapper's channel that we brought over specifically because we're talking about Ken Ham and AIG. So we're bringing that one over. So if you do super chat that AIG is a bag of dicks, of course you have to be creative about it because YouTube will not let you just say bag of dicks. You're going to have to be clever about it. And the clever you are, probably the more I'm going to drink. So super chat that one and we will drink for that. Number 2 is Ken Ham gets something right. He gets something correct, that he's actually right about something. We'll see how often that actually happens.
Not just quoting, but actually it says something that's factually correct.
Yeah, it has to come out of his own brain.
Yeah. Rule number 3 is Bill Nye gets something wrong. So when we're talking about Bill Nye and we're talking about science communication, remember, it's difficult. So there's probably going to be like a pretty good handful in there. And rule number 4 is this just is too stupid, and I'm drinking because I have nothing else to say on the matter.
Yeah. Excellent. And I say it, and then of course I imagine if I am compelled to say trademark Canada, sorry, trademark Canada.
That's just a standing one for Landon on the channel. If you hear Landon trademark Canada, take a drink.
And you know, I don't do it all the time, but as intrigued feline asks, yes, it does say see over here. It does say trademark Canada. See there's a little. I'll show you.
Oh, very nice.
Right. You see, it does.
Yep,
it does say. See, there's a TM and a Canada. See.
That's awesome.
So.
As is appropriate.
Landon's prepped for today. We all prepped for today. All right.
Yes.
Anything else before we dive into it?
So when was this? When was this thing? And what was the context of this particular debate?
This was several years ago.
Yeah, this was like 6 years ago, I believe, at this point. So this was when the Ark encounter opened. The big opening event was this debate. Now, as far as I recall, there's a tour that ends up happening afterward where Ken Ham and Bill Nye go through the tour, and if you look in the background, I guess Aaron Ra's following them around like a fucking gargoyle. Like, it's amazing.
I saw from Aaron's channel the tour thing. I didn't realize these two were connected. So
yes, that tour happened after this debate. So when Aaron actually went and saw the debate live, and then was there for the tour afterwards.
Yeah. So. Actually, the tour that Nye was given was by Ken Ham himself, and AIG published video of it under the title "The Ken Ham Bill Nye Debate Part 2" because it was. Yep. I mean, to be fair to them, it basically was just a continuation of the discussion that they were having on stage. So I actually don't think that AIG should be faulted for giving it that title.
I don't think so. I think that's fine. There was debate in question. Maybe we'll talk about that at the end of the debate about whether or not this debate should have taken place and whether or not Bill Nye was the one to have done this debate in the first place. So,
who moderated the debate? Where was it at?
It was at the Ark encounter when it first opened. Okay. I don't remember the name of the moderator though. I don't know if we get an introduction to him.
I believe he was a news anchor of some kind.
Probably more local.
Possibly, yeah. I don't really know.
And was the audience mostly people there with the Ark encounter, Ark encounter enthusiasts, or what was
seemed like it?
I don't actually know, but I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like it wasn't like horribly leaned in one direction, but it did seem to be like more so in one direction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and to be fair, the audience was pretty well behaved. I don't remember there being a whole lot of like heckling or anything like that. So
yeah, no, I think everything it went pretty smoothly overall, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say for this kind of event, it probably went as smoothly as it reasonably could have.
Yeah,
which is very actually, if I'm
Yeah, I think so. All right, you guys ready to jump into this?
Ready?
I'm not going to get more ready anytime soon.
All right, here we go.
Now, Mr. Ham, you opted to go first, so you will be first with your 5-minute opening statement.
Well, good evening. I know that not everyone watching this debate will necessarily agree with what I have to say, but I'm an Aussie and live over here in America, and they tell me I have an accent, and so it doesn't matter what I say. Some people tell me, we just like you hear saying it.
I have been told by qualified Aussies, allegedly, that they apologize for Ken.
I'm giving a 1
It
to
seems
this.
impossible
He
since
got
Australia
something.
is fake.
I think he started with getting something right. A lot of people aren't going to
Okay.
agree with what he has to say.
I mean, that's true. Technically accurate. Yeah, we'll take a drink for that, I guess.
This is actually not bad. This is like
But it
100
is-
calories in a can.
Oh, but it does underlying a theme that I've seen that some creationists like to do, which is to pull the "we're persecuted" card. And
Yes.
so he's sort of saying, "Hey, I know there's people that are going to disagree with me," because that allows them, I believe, to put on this notion of we're having this, righteous suffering.
Landon,
Are we at the are we at the hedging his bets already? Like before he's even started?
I mean, to some extent, although I'll be honest, I think that, saying as a little introductory thing, like, hey, I know you won't listen to me or you won't agree with me necessarily, but like,
Hear me out.
here are some reasons to listen. Yeah, hear me out, is fine. I think maybe going with the accent, I think it's probably just supposed to be a joke, although if it's supposed to be serious, and it's a weird reason to tell people to listen to you, but like, I don't know. I feel like compared to some of the other like persecution porn that AIG engages in, this is pretty minor.
And the notion of the Aussie accent having some sort of credibility. If you listen to people like Clive Palmer or Pauline Hanson, who have very authentic Aussie accents, you might not equate Aussie accent with credibility.
Yeah, well, and that's something that's kind of like a psychological study, right? I've heard people talking about that when it comes to people who have a more posh London accent versus a Cockney accent versus like depending on where you're from, that people tend to lean one way or another because they have this expectation of where that person is from. And so because they have ideas about where this person is from, I heard Richard Dawkins talking about it once, saying that because of his accent and how he speaks, people think that he's being far more aggressive than is actually ever intended. And I thought that was fascinating. We did get our first AIG is a Bag of Dicks from Alicia for 2, who said, handbag, eggplants. So, here we go.
Nice.
Excellent. Okay, so.
All right, let's let him go.
So, I hope you enjoy me saying it anyway. Well, the debate topic is this: is creation a viable model of origins in today's modern scientific era? When this was first announced on the internet, there are lots of statements like this one from the Richard Dawkins Foundation: scientists should not debate creationists, period. And this one from one of the discovery.com websites: should scientists debate creationists? Right here, I believe there's a gross misrepresentation in our culture. We're seeing people in being indoctrinated to believe that creationists can't be scientists. I believe it's all a part of secularists hijacking the word science.
I forgot how much of this was like this. I forgot.
So this notion of
Oh, no.
Can creationists be scientists? The answer, I think, is most definitely yes. Can creationists engage in science and rationalize their apologetics for a particular interpretation of Genesis? I do not believe you can be engage in credible science and rationalize, because you start with a conclusion. You start with a priori, this is true, and then you rationalize everything backwards, and that is as unscientific as possible. So are there scientists who are creationists? Yes. Can someone engage in the scientific method credibly and try to engage in creationist apologetics? It would be extraordinarily difficult to do so.
Well, I think there's also a difference between creationists and young Earth creationists. I think there are plenty of scientists who are religious who think that, like, God made the world, etc., and that's fine. That's a big difference than the Earth is under 6,000 years old.
Yeah, well, part of the thing there is that while there have been attempts to sort of claw the word creationism back from anti-evolutionists, science deniers like Ken Ham, I think that effort has largely failed. And nowadays, if you say I'm a creationist, very few people are going to interpret that as anything other than at least old Earth creationists.
So,
like
are you saying...
sort of part of the package?
Are you saying that him and his crew are doing the thing that they're claiming that other people are doing? Stealing words and terms and co-opting
kind
them?
of.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that they're doing it
on purpose.
as like an intentional thing. Right.
Probably
I think that
not,
that's just how the word has kind of... The use of the word has kind of evolved. I remember a time when you could say I'm a creationist and then still kind of go in and say, by which I mean like, oh, I'm a theistic evolutionist. So, I accept common ancestry and natural selection, all that stuff. But I think that, there's a God and I have some religious belief. I think that's less the case now.
How many people do you guys find actually make that argument, though? Do you guys find that people do make the argument that creationists can't be scientists? I see more often that there are scientists speaking outside of their field.
Yeah, I don't know of anyone I've ever heard say that creationists can't be scientists. There's certainly certain kinds of science you literally cannot do from a creationist perspective.
Sure.
So there's that, but you can go be all sorts of science. You can go be like a particle physicist and think that evolution is nonsense because it's not like it's going to come up. Who cares?
Yeah,
we'll find Higgs boson.
But I think there are sort of the more radical, extreme, anti-religious people that do engage in this notion of you can't be a scientist, blah blah blah. And there are, and that is unfortunate that there are anti-religious people that are as religiously dogmatic as the religious people that they criticize.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I use religiously dogmatic as an adjective, not that atheism is a religion. It's not.
No.
But that's a different story.
So I don't know. Is this just his point dumb enough to drink for?
Yes. No, I had an accident where my beer overflowed, so I'm going to go and get something to fix.
He needed a bigger cup. He needed a mega pint.
It was much more foamy than I expected. It's very good. So I'll be right back.
All right, we'll hit play. He can still hear us.
I want you to meet a modern-day scientist who is a biblical creationist.
My name is Stuart Burgess. I'm a professor of engineering design at Bristol University in the UK.
Hi, Stuart.
So maybe we should talk about the Salem hypothesis.
Go for it.
So, have either of you heard about the Salem hypothesis before?
I have not.
No.
So this actually comes from ultimately from Reddit on I believe it's r/evolution or r/debate evolution. Sorry. So it was noticed that almost universally, anytime a creationist claimed to have scientific credentials or training, they were in fact actually an engineer.
Yes.
And I don't know if you know, but engineers are not scientists. They are, in fact, well-educated professionals who have a very important job.
Yeah.
But that job is not to do science. It is to take science that has been done and use it for practical applications, which, again, extremely important. I'm not here to knock on engineers. We really need engineers. However, they are not scientists. But creationists love to conflate those things, and also there's a tack on that perhaps part of the reason for the prevalence of engineers among creationists is that engineers focus justifiably on things like design. Engineering is all about designing things. And so perhaps that goes some way to explain this prominence.
And well said, Dapper. I think... Again, the notion, if you say that engineers are not scientists, it's not meant to impugn engineering. I will say that very few engineering training education systems that I've encountered will explain the difference between engineering and science. And unfortunately, in my profession, I find a number of engineers who believe they're scientists, don't understand the scientific method, and then react when they're experiencing a scientific process. So, as an example, in my students, I'd always talk about the fact that in conducting research, we're attempting to ask questions, and we value questions. In fact, we don't even know if the questions we're asking are appropriate for what we're trying to do. The odd number of answers are in the back of the book, And part of research is to figure out those questions and explore it. And engineers sometimes react to questions as in, you're questioning known methodology. So when we were asking very significant questions about mathematical basis of cryptography, we had engineers saying, "How dare you? What gives you the right to challenge right? Because it's a well-established engineering practice on how you encrypt." So there is I think in the disciplines as they're practiced, a very distinct difference and an important difference. It's important that scientists don't try to pretend that they're engaged in engineering discipline, although they can. It's important that engineers understand as engineers they're not scientists, although they can be, right?
And don't take that you're not a scientist as an insult.
I'm not a scientist. I don't think there's anything wrong with not being a scientist.
And it doesn't mean that you're not educated or don't know about a topic or can't speak on it.
And I always, my company, when they gave me the distinguished title of principal engineer, I cringed because I said I'm not an engineer, I'm a scientist. But they didn't have principal scientists. The HR didn't understand that.
So
that being said,
sorry, go ahead.
That being said, what I'm seeing can do is to try to say effectively, we're not stupid. Look, we have smart people or people that have credentials that believe in this creationist stuff, and for the purpose of saying there exist smart people that agree with us. That's as far as it goes. But the notion, the debate topic, I think, given the debate topic, this particular thing he's doing is irrelevant.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no, I agree.
His point of the matter isn't really relevant.
But what Ken is doing is displaying something that he would find disturbing, as pointed out to it, which is religious people give religious value to science. Ken actually worships science. And what he does to do that is because he's got this interpretation of a particular translation of Genesis. And he's actually a worshiper of science. He's going to try and back rationalize as much as he can to say, see, science agrees with this stuff. As opposed to saying, I'm a Christian, I believe in God, I believe in this doctrine, and I don't care about things otherwise. That's a more honest way. But Ken actually worships science. AIG is actually a worshiper of science, and they try to say, we're scientists and we also agree with this, therefore, because we want to rationalize what it is we hold dear.
Godless Scummer for 2 said, spoiler alert, there's this book. And I am looking at this guy's picture, it makes me wonder, are we ever going to hit a point in time where having a bunch of books behind you is cringe?
I think it's okay to have a bunch of books behind you. What I do is I look to see, okay, what books are you showing? See Genesis,
it's a bunch of Ken Ham books.
Buried, God, type of thing. That says something about it. I mean, if you saw, because I'm facing this on my bookshelf, there's lots of science stuff and lots of fiction stuff there. But anyway, this notion that these presuppositional stuff that they start with God, they start with their interpretation of usually the King James version of the Bible, I think in some cases, or some version of the Bible, and that's true. But they worship science, and so they're going to try to gel these apologetics to I think in themselves rationalize and try to reinforce their fundamental belief. Now I'm expecting at the end of this debate to hear Ken do his Christian preaching thing. Yeah. And I have a response to him that I'm assuming if he does like he usually does. But I really want to point out, you don't see someone, a scientist like Dr. Filipinko go and start his lecture by showing these religious people that agree with him.
Right.
Yeah, because no one cares. What
Right?
would be the point?
So, Ken, you are revealing, in my opinion, that you worship science. You value science, and you want to. And in fact, the whole AIG function seems to be trying to rationalize their belief systems because they really true worship science, and they want their belief system to be put in a scientific context because that makes them feel better.
Are we gonna add a rule for drinking here for what did you call it, the Salem something?
Hypothesis?
Yeah, the
I
Salem
don't think we
hypothesis.
need to.
Okay.
There aren't that many people that he's going to bring up.
All right. Spoilers, Dapper. Let's see where this goes.
Stuart Burgess.
Spoiler
I'm a
every 6
professor
years.
of engineering design at Bristol University in the UK. I have published over 130 scientific papers on the science of design in engineering and biological systems. From my research work, I have found that the scientific evidence fully supports creationism as the best explanation to origins. I've also designed major parts of spacecraft launched by ESA and NASA.
So here's a biblical creationist who's a scientist who's also an inventor.
Now, what does this have to do with the debate proposition?
Well, I mean, we're already off in the weeds because we've gone to origin of life and abiogenesis at best, and not evolution nor the age of the earth. So,
Could it, and this person, basically the person says, well, I'm an engineer. I'm at this, institution. I published a bunch of papers, and I also believe that, that in creationism. Right? I don't believe his belief is scientifically credible, and I also continue to posit that what Ken Ham is doing is, in his worship of science, he's trying to help his audience, his choir that he's preaching to, retain their belief in the system by taking what they really value and promoting it as rationalizing their system.
we are up to 5 drinks as we are adding the rule fallacy, because this is a formal
Yes.
debate. So if you see a fallacy, that counts. All right.
Okay.
Let's go.
And I want young people to understand that. The problem, I believe, is this. We need to define terms correctly.
You just
we need
stopped
to define
talking.
creation,
Wait.
evolution in regard to origins.
Wait. Define terms correctly. So
Yes.
what is correct? What does it mean for a term to be correct?
Whatever.
Dapper is a
Ken
much
Ham-
better linguist than I am. But
Whatever Ken Ham wants it to be.
So, yeah, from a descriptivist standpoint, right? There's no wrong definition unless it's a definition that people don't understand. So, in one sense, you could say that basically, as long as people understand what you're saying, there's no such thing really as a wrong definition.
Usage.
But there is a sense in which you can say a certain definition is not useful, or when people use it, it leads them to incorrect conclusions, and therefore I think that there should be another definition used. And so I actually think it's fine in a debate to stipulate a definition that you're going to be using going forward. I actually think it's a good thing because it prevents that. So in this case, I don't think he's wording it super well in terms of like him saying sort of prescriptively, this is the correct definition. But when you get down to it, it is important that he define his terms.
No, but Ken is doing more than that. He's not simply saying, when I say so, this is what I mean. He's saying,
he's couching this as
you
societal.
need to do so, and he's doing this. I think this dictionary fallacy.
Oh, he's going a step further, because he's not saying you need to do so. He's saying you're in fact doing it wrong, and you're doing it wrong on purpose.
Yeah, and the notion again. This is obvious to linguistics people, but a dictionary, typically most dictionaries describe current usage, not define. Right? They're not. It's not an engineering glossary. So if you go to like an IEEE standard, they will have what they call a glossary or a dictionary of terms. When they say IPv4 address, they mean da 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 da, right? And that's what you do when you're being very careful in your context. But that's a technical description, not a my dictionary says this, therefore the word you use must be this way. So
I will say though, I do think it's fair to suggest that there be a change in the broad societal definition of a term, right? To say, hey, I think we should change what we mean by this, and I think that's closer to what he's trying to do. He's not. Look, Ken always couches everything as if I'm correct and you're incorrect, and let me correct you. But I think when you dig down to it, if you were to be charitable, because I want to be reasonably charitable to Ken Ham, right? I want to try and take the best version of his argument, the best version of what he's doing. I think what he's attempting to do is to advocate that we change the way that we use certain words. And I think it's fine to do that. So, I don't know. I don't really have a huge problem with this part.
And in terms of communication, right? The notion of you can do as I said. I believe it's the was it the caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland who says words mean what I say they mean. The question is who's the master. You can make any definition you want. The question is your communication effective, right? And if you use terms in a way that people don't understand, you're miscommunicating. If you use terms that are confusing, you are not having effective communication. So it's not a matter of your usage is wrong, your usage is ineffective. That being said, in his his things here, so define terms correctly. I'm not going to be as charitable as a Dapper, although I understand your context of trying to be nice. That what Ken Ham is doing is saying this is the truth, right? This is if you don't do this, you're wrong. So if you go back to the page where
has been hijacked by secularists. Now, what is science?
Oh, that was too far back. Sorry, hold on. I jumped forward by accident.
So if you go and you look at what Ken Ham is doing, right?
Go ahead. I'm just going to mute it while it goes forward.
Because I need to read it. Need to read
the
words.
That. The problem I believe is this: we need to define terms correctly.
There it is.
So if he was being, more proper, he would say we need to understand the terms we're using. We need to have a common understanding so I can communicate to you effectively, right? That would be a better way to put it. Saying, hey, he's prescribing stuff, and so he says origins, right? And so he's doing the origins thing, and of course he's doing a false dichotomy of creation versus evolution, right? You either are with God or you're an evildoer, right? It's
that's a big part of his shtick.
Yeah, and
in fact, it's not even just with God. You have to be with God the way He wants you to be. He has very, very strict rules, is what counts.
Yes, and so again, if he wants to engage in dogma, fine, but he label it as dogma. Don't try to pretend that you worship God when you worship science and rationalize. And of course, his notion of scientific as science, right? That's an odd thing, but I'm sure we're going to hear him go forward more.
We need to define creation, evolution in regard to origins, and we need to define science. And in this opening statement, I want to concentrate on dealing with the word science. I believe the word science has been hijacked by secularists.
I'm drinking for that. Maybe that's just a personal thing, but that's really dumb.
By his origin by secularists, and of course you notice in his use of his words and how he says his words, right? He's not saying, there are secularists that have this interpretation of science. He's saying secularists. He's using code words.
Hijack.
Evildoer stuff, right? And if one were to be anti-religious and pull the same thing, then he'd pull off his persecution thing of the evil, world, so forth. But what is science? Should we actually answer that question. What is science?
I mean, I think we should wait until Bill Nye goes, because I think Bill Nye is going to give a definition and Ken Ham is going to give a definition, and then we can kind of compare.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now, what is science? Well, the origin of the word comes from the classical Latin scientia, which means to know. And
is that correct, by the way, Dapper?
The etymology is basically right, yeah. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated, but yeah, ultimately.
He's making the same argument that Aaron Ra makes about atheism.
Well,
the etymology of a word does not dictate what the word's current usage is.
Yes.
Etymology.
Yeah. Isn't that what I said?
You said epistemology, which isn't the thing.
Oh, whoops. Etymology.
I thought you said the study of bugs.
Bugs.
No. Etymology, entomology, they're not the same. They sound similar.
Yes. Just like cosmetology and cosmology. They sound the same.
I'm going to call this a semantic fallacy, or the fallacy of not knowing how words work.
The state of knowing knowledge as... So science, he said, the state of knowing knowledge as distinguished from ignorance or misunderstanding.
Yeah, that's a bad definition.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the or misunderstanding, because that implies there's an objective something or other about knowledge.
Drink 2, 1 for fallacy, 1 for bad definition.
State of knowing, right? Usually, by the way, knowing. Knowledge is is a subset of belief, right? You start off with a belief, and then you go further to bring into knowledge. So knowledge and it's this notion you can know something, be perfectly justified, and be factually incorrect, right? You may believe and know that 0.99999 repeating is some different value than 1, but you'll be incorrect. So knowledge is not necessarily truth.
Right.
You might have, and I guess it's a philosophical thing, you might have all these justification rationalizations, and your rationalization process of transferring from belief to knowledge may be false, or basically it may come out to be false knowledge. So when someone proves to you that 0.999 decimal repeating
I don't know if defining
equals 1.
I don't know if defining what knowledge is really something that science does. Right? That's more
philosophy.
Philosophy, yeah. Defining
I'm not
knowledge
a philosopher.
in different subsets and different kinds of knowledge, and how you define knowledge, or whether or not knowledge is even obtainable at all, is a realm in philosophy, not currently a realm in science. So you're already starting to wiggle into confusing terminology. If you want to talk about having to define your terms, science is a little bit more solid of a term than knowledge is.
Yeah, and so but it's distinguished from ignorance, right? Again, sure. This is also implying stuff, and of course he's saying Merriam-Webster. Now, if he said, when I talk about state of knowing, I mean knowledge that I distinguish from there, but he's trying to lay down the biblical glossary and say, if you don't do this, you're wrong, you're evil, you're a secularist, who are bad people who are hijacking this stuff because they don't know what science is.
Yeah.
Speaking of stipulative definitions, I like to go with the old-fashioned definition of secular, where basically anything that isn't literally owned by a church counts as secular.
That is fun.
Yes.
I like that.
And in fact, there's a lot of stuff where the whole notion of secular law came from notion of property, right? Even marriage became, in some areas, a distinguished about property and inheritance that was quite important from a point of view of the church. And
if you look up a dictionary, it'll say science means state of knowing, knowledge, but there's different types of knowledge, and I believe this is where the confusion lies. There's experimental or observational science, as we call it. That's using the scientific method, observation, measurement, experiment, testing. That's what produces our technology, computers, spacecraft, jet planes, smoke detectors, looking at DNA, antibiotics, medicines and vaccines. You see, all scientists, whether creationists or evolutionists, actually
this is back
have
when AIG
the
was
same
pro-vax.
wait. he has said all scientists, be it they creationists, and you remember how he says, or the evolutionists, right? First of all, that's a false dichotomy. There are scientists.
Drink for false dichotomy.
There are scientists who do not understand or do not know or do not have an opinion on what he calls origins. And this is not a us them sort of thing that you're trying to do, because again, Kim, in addition to worshiping science, you also worship money, and you want people to think your Ark Encounter AIG is a bag of thingies group are the ones that are going to protect the truth. And the way you protect the truth is give them money, right? That's part of what's going on with you, Mr. Ham. The difference between you and the other K person that has a T on it, and I'll let you decide what the T means. Difference is that you, Ken, are willing to suck off the taxpayer, where the other person has these weird beliefs about. That's what she said. So I'm going on there, but I think it's important to talk about the foundation of what this person's doing, because they're laying traps. He's laying all these traps on the systems with his notion. So this notion of experimental versus observational science.
Yeah, but he's about to probably go into like historical science that is not observable, whatever the fuck that means.
So the notion that a science is experimental observational, right? I think is a false notion, right? As part of the scientific method, there are observations. As part of the scientific method, there can be observations. There can be experiments. But the notion of a science being experimental or observational, I think, is problematic, and
it is.
It's something that scientists sometimes get mixed up in. There is unfortunately in scientific circles a level of elitism. Like, if you're not this kind of science, you're not a real scientist. They talk about soft science or other sorts of things that they consider not to be.
There are arbitrary lines that get drawn in some cases.
Yeah, and that is something I think that is very damaging within the scientific community, right? Mm-hmm. I may not appreciate matters relating to, let's say, political science.
Sure.
But I'm not going to sit there and say you're not a scientist. On the other hand, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, just because you deal with the squishy stuff, you're not as hardcore science. The notion of hardcore science or hard science versus soft science, I think is a really problematic thing. Because I think if you want to get the education of the scientists, you need, in addition to some very detailed studies of things you're interested in focusing on, you need also a broad liberal arts view of education, right? Yeah. And if you want to go on to become an astronomer, be sure to study art, study music, study literature, study philosophy, study anthropology, study psychology, economics, business, law. These are things that, while they might not be scientific, are going to be very important for you to draw on. And even I find in my career, even when I'm doing something so-called hardcore, like computational number theory of the integer set, blah, 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 I have to draw on things outside of that core area frequently. So the notion of science being, well, it's this correct thing or you're just squishy thing, and that's a little bit of what Ken is engaging here. Well, there's experimental and there's observational.
What are you observing if not an experiment?
Well, that's one of the things, is that there's AIG likes to draw this strict division between experiments in laboratories and observations, right? So, I guess astronomy doesn't count because you can't put a star in a lab, so that's not experimental. That's just observational science. Okay, great. Who cares?
You can put a star in a computer, though.
Yeah, but the whole point of a laboratory experiment.
Yeah. Yep.
The whole point of a laboratory experiment is to gain an observation, right?
Right.
And the reason you do it in a laboratory is because hopefully you can control for various phenomena, or for various factors that you don't want to examine, so you can control for those. But in some cases that you can't do that. But that doesn't make your observation any less part of science because it wasn't made in a laboratory. But here's the other spoiler. When there are laboratory experiments that shows that AIG are full of shit, they don't care about that anyway, even though it is the observational science that they claim to like. This is all just smoke and mirrors. They don't actually care about this distinction except that it's convenient sometimes. And whenever it becomes inconvenient, they drop it immediately.
And it's very important when you publish scientific stuff and you're publishing things that were influenced by experiments or by observation. By the way, typically you do an experiment, you observe. So the notion of an experiment being this independent thing from observing is actually ridiculous. In fact, a lot of stuff in physics, we've learned the act of observation has an impact on the system. And so the notion that you can distinguish the two is non-scientific. So Ken, if you're going to worship science, at least understand what you're worshiping. But moreover,
that's okay. He doesn't understand the Bible either.
But moreover, the notion understand that observations are problematic. I mean, the thing that Feynman kept repeating to me is that we as humans have a nearly infinite capacity to deceive ourselves, and he was always worried that he has deceived himself, right? And so he kept going back to fundamentals. So why he spent time trying to teach me relativity and quantum mechanics, being one of the people who probably knew those things better than maybe N-5 people in the world, was because he was always concerned that even with his fame, his fortune, and so forth, that he's deceived himself. There's something there he doesn't understand. And we know from law, different category, that witnesses and testimony can be quite problematic. And we also know from science that observations can be quite problematic. I mean, some disciplines go through the notion of doing this double-blind test and so forth to try to minimize that. But the notion that you could do an experiment and not observe is absurd.
What's the point?
Right.
But experiment, as Dapper, I like that Dapper said, is to control values. Now, and I understand that there's a lot of things that some people say, well, we'll never be able to do this, right? I think you run into problems because, for example, you're talking about stars. Well, we have experiments now where we do have fusion. The ignition lab at Livermore creates little star things and there's a wonderful bunch of astrophysics because now we have these little controlled experiments that we can ask questions. We can make predictions and see if those predictions are validated by the data coming out of the experiment. That's a scientific process.
Now, in Ken Ham's defense, this did come out 6 years ago, so there have been some changes in the world since this came out, but,
Yeah, like he's gone anti-vax instead of being pro-vax.
He's anti-vax now. Yep. But we are almost an hour in, and we haven't even made it through Ken Ham's 5-minute opening.
I'm sorry, but I think this is very important to talk about in his foundation because he's going to be misusing this stuff. Sorry for Canada.
Now we have to do it again.
Here we go.
Observational or experimental science. And it doesn't matter whether you're a creationist or an evolutionist, you can be a great scientist. For instance, here's an atheist who is a great scientist, Craig Venter, one of the first researchers to sequence the human genome. Or Dr. Raymond Damadian. He is a man who...
So what is a great scientist?
Oh, God. This is too philosophical of a question
I don't know.
Ken Ham, Landon.
I think the answer is... Good.
Oh, sorry. Raymond Damadian was not the inventor of the MRI machine. He was a part of a team that developed the MRI machine, and he was a relatively minor part of that team according to the rest of the team, but of course, not according to Dr. Raymond Damadian.
And MRI originally was nuclear magnetic resonance, but nuclear, freaked out people. It's based upon well-established science, and it was an engineering implementation of scientific principles that created this wonderful medical device.
Why is Ken Ham with the sequencing of the human genome?
But But the fact that he's saying, look, here's a person that's done great things. Now this person might have patents. It might be an inventor, but that does not make you a scientist.
Right. He's actually, as far as I know, not a scientist. He's a medical doctor.
Yeah, it says MD in the corner there.
Yeah, which it's a fine thing to be. It's just not the same thing as.
I have a very great physicist friend of mine who's also an MD and does stuff on oncology, right? And he's got his PhD in physics, and then went and got his degree in medicine, and he applies physics principles into medicine. This sort of similar thing. This person may have taken a lot of science courses, may have understood the science of magnetic resonance, and then worked on a team that developed a device that's been very useful for medicine. But the notion
that is in fact what he did.
The notion that what makes a great scientist, in my opinion, a great scientist is a person who asked great questions to the right type of person at the right time. Probably the highest compliment you can pay to a scientist is this person asked valuable questions to the right people at the right time, and that makes you great. So Einstein's greatness doesn't come from the engineering that came from it. Doesn't come from all the medical devices that came from it and all the other things. It came from the fact that he was asked the right questions at the right time when people understood the context of the right people.
That sounds like it's to be a great scientist, you have to be lucky with connections.
Yes, but you also need to be able to communicate.
Sure.
And you need to understand the method of communication, right? That's the great scientists are not the ones that have the answers. They're the people who have the questions. Because again, unlike dogma that Ken is pushing, science values questions, not answers. Science values exploring, not engineering results.
Yeah, being successful in science doesn't mean you got your hypothesis right. It means that you were able to take a step forward based on the question you asked and the result of that question.
And again, I know we're spending a lot of time on this context, but I think again this is kind of uncovering the intellectual problems, I'll be charitable, of AIG and Ken.
Who invented the MRI scanner and revolutionized medicine. He's a biblical creationist. But I want us to also understand molecules to man evolution belief has nothing to do with developing technology. You see, when we're talking about origins...
molecules to what?
Molecules he said to man has nothing to do with advancing technology.
So what do you suppose molecules to man means?
I think he means evolution, and he means abiogenesis.
And
that's exactly what
developing technology. But of course, he's also saying this scientific process and really entrepreneurial thing that often involves engineering as well as economics, right? Developing technology. What does that have to do with? No, but I think he's probably saying that because he's trying to rationalize why did I take an inventor and then say this person's also a creationist, right?
He's trying to say that evolution, whether you believe in it or not, has nothing to do with whether or not we can advance technology as it is now to a better spot, but it's completely negating that all science feeds into each other. So, like, if you want to do history, depending on what part of history you're studying, you're going to want to study social sciences, you want to study art, or you're going to want to study chemistry, right? And then you're going to if you want to study chemistry, you need to know some physics, and if you want to know some physics, you need to know some math. So, like, all of these things are all tied into together and into each other.
But who gives a damn whether or not there are creationists that have done other things, right? That has nothing to do with is creation a viable, scientific methodology.
Well,
right?
He's saying it's at least I can sit there and say detriment. He's saying it's not a detriment.
Galois, who founded a major branch of mathematics, was also a Catholic. Well, what does it have to do with it? I could say Erudish, one of the most prolific mathematicians in history, also couldn't identify a bowl of rice.
From goo to you. That sounds like a children's book about evolution.
And by the way, that is true. Erudish had to be explained. I explained to him that the bowl of rice in front of him was food and he needed to eat it. He was that.
That's a lot.
He was an interesting person.
I'll have play.
I want us to also understand molecules to man evolution belief has nothing to do with developing technology. You see, when we're talking about origins, we're talking about the past. We're talking about our origins. We weren't there. You can't observe that, whether it's molecules to man evolution or whether it's a creation account. And when you're talking about the past, we like to call that origins or historical science, knowledge concerning the past. Here at the Creation Museum, we make no apology about the fact that our origins or historical science actually is based upon the biblical account of origins.
So he's basically just said that we're acknowledging that our science is made up and we weren't there, so we don't really know, but so is yours. It's like,
but you know,
what?
Go ahead. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Douglas. I have something else.
Oh, no. So basically, yeah. But his comeback is going to be, but God was there and God is trustworthy. The problem being that is the reason he's making the claim, is because he says God says this. You can't then use that claim as evidence for the claim. That's just question begging.
Yeah. So we're back into fallacies.
Another thing I think this is a fallacy. Another thing I think that happens, which I think is disingenuous, right? And the reason why it's disingenuous is that I know that there are AIG people and probably Ham who understand this, but their presuppositionalist craziness compels them to ignore it. And it is this, right? They'll say, when you bring up something about, let's say, the age of the universe or age of the earth, they'll say you weren't there.
Yep.
So you can't say it with any scientific purpose, right? They do this thing because you weren't there, you didn't observe, because somehow observational science is somehow special. If you didn't see it,
you don't know it.
Well, Ken, and I'm talking to you, Ken, you weren't there when Abraham allegedly tried to murder his son. You weren't there when allegedly the Israelites left Egypt to go into the so-called Promised Land. You weren't there when the book of Genesis was written. You weren't there when your so-called Savior died on the cross. You weren't there when Moses, part of the Red Sea, all this stuff. But you weren't there when Noah went the boat and so forth, right? So if you're going to apply this science stuff, science wasn't there when the earth was formed, therefore they don't know what they're doing. I'm going to say to you, the foundations of your faith, you weren't there. And if you're going to be so disingenuous to say, I as Landon Knoll, can't make measurements that to give a age approximation of the Big Bang, therefore what I'm doing is rubbish, I'll say to you, the foundations of your entire faith is on the same faulty grounds. I understand. I don't hold to this notion of if you weren't there, it is you just make it up. And they go and right, they have these rationalizations about, well, how do I know that how do they know that Abraham existed, right? They weren't there, right? And they'll go to all this stuff. Well, there's all this faith and all this religion, all these people that testify. The answer is we do not have evidence, credible evidence that Abraham ever existed. Some people present that, and there's an argument, there's a debate over it. But Ken Ham wasn't there. So if he's going to tell me I can't date the universe based upon experiments, observation, and scientific method, I'm going to say to him, your entire Christianity faith, you weren't there, and therefore you can't bring that up as well. If you're going to play that game, it applies to you as well.
A drink for Landon Beast Mode, first off.
Sorry.
Yeah. Needed. Second off, I think...
And the IAG people know this. They know this. But
I'm just worried that, the answer to Landon's valid point is going to be that, but God was there and God influenced the Bible, therefore the Bible is true because God's the one who wrote it and he was there, so therefore it's trustworthy.
And I know in my Christian upbringing and experience in apologetics, as I'm very good in that sort of craziness, I sit there and say, well, the Holy Spirit brings forward knowledge. You have this personal relationship with your Savior, so you have personal knowledge, and you go in Bible study and go to church and the community. You can learn all this stuff and have direct revelations from God. I know that shtick that they go and pull, right, to rationalize the fact they weren't there. Sure. But it does disturb people to find out that there are, instead of the Bible being this, quote, historical document of high precision, has lots and lots of things that do not match the archaeological record, that there's lack of evidence of a lot of things in the Bible. And that disturbs Ken. But he doesn't play, and I don't mind if he wants to rationalize stuff. What I do mind is him being disingenuous and knowing it. He's disingenuous about science wasn't there, so they can't say about radioactive decay, down the line. But he doesn't apply that to his foundations of faith.
And he's also trying to say that he does apply it too. He's trying to say that, well, at our museum, we know that we weren't there for this, and therefore But he's not actually applying it across the board. He's internally inconsistent.
That he calls it God's word, I have issue with that. The fact that he says in his translation of this Bible text and how the Bible was put together, go to Melchizedek and you learn all about how the texts of the Bible were put together. But even that, the notion that he that he wasn't there, and that a lot of stuff in that book cannot be validated, right? The flood cannot be validated scientifically. Even the principal characters in the story, of there being a Moses, there being an Abraham, so forth, there is a lack of significant evidence to show that those entities even existed.
I would probably argue you can likely find evidence to the contrary in some cases. And
I know about the how example Hebrew traditionalist apologetics talk about the faith at origins and the traditions and all these people testifying stuff. I know about the Jesus stuff, and you go to this particular person who had this writing, they had a word Jesus in there, and I know that sort of stuff. Right? And historians can have really good debates about that set.
Yeah, Jesus
but Ken was not there. He did not observe. He just guesses, and he chooses to cherry pick what he wants and discard others. Why? Because he worships science. He's a money person trying to get money to come back to AIG, who is a bag of appendages, in my opinion.
He's a money person. All right, play. He's an overly fuzzy monopoly man.
Now, when you research science textbooks being used in public schools, what we found is this. By and large, the origins or historical science is based upon man's ideas about the past, for instance, the ideas of Darwin.
Okay, so real quick before he goes on, I'm just going to be real fast about this. Biology textbooks and textbooks in schools do not differentiate historical science from observational science from experimental science. These are not different. Right. There are no definitive lines between these things in any of these textbooks. So if you actually wanted the information of the research that they did, good luck, because it's a pretty arbitrary line of deciding what is and what is not historical science. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to.
Scientists don't, and scientists do not have saints and people they worship. This notion that Darwin is somehow special is really a religious dogma problem. They're projecting their notions onto science, right? What makes Feynman great is not that he's some saint physicist stuff. The fact that he was extraordinary in his ability to ask questions, extraordinary in his ability to communicate and to educate. That's part of it. But the fact that it's Feynman. We don't worship Feynman because he's a saint in the scientific world. We don't worship Darwin. And in fact, we understand that these very significant scientists make mistakes. They also have things that they ask questions, which we learn later on might not even be the proper question. But this is a problem with some of these religious apologetics, that they think somehow that they're saints and they're holy people somehow apply to science.
Can we point out,
Dapper, in your study of biology, do they have like shrines to Darwin other than the sarcastic ones? Is that?
No, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
You're not required to go to to catechisms to learn your Darwin.
Actually, no. In fact, in most biology courses, you're unlikely to really talk about Darwin more than for like maybe a paragraph about like, hey, he's the guy who kind of came up with natural selection. Okay, let's move on now, because Darwin essentially has no more relevance to modern biology than Newton does to modern physics, which is to say, he came up with really important concepts that are foundational to a lot of aspects of physics. But we've moved on. We don't really need to read Principia Mathematica to understand modern calculus and physics.
Yeah, and we understand that Newton was a great scientist who was really significant in writing asked question, but we also know his Principia Mathematica is full of errors. And in fact, if you study it, you typically will study Laplace, who was very kind to essentially fix a number of bugs, fill in a bunch of details that Newton kind of glossed over, and so forth. So it is dangerous to worship a scientist, because what will happen is that some people will start to defend the scientist based upon a cult, and not see things that are there. So a lot of people, when the Newtonian models began to be challenged by Einstein and relativity, and being by people such as Schrödinger and Planck and the people involved in quantum mechanics, there are a lot of people who came back and said, "How dare you, question Saint Newton or Saint Leibniz or Saint blah blah blah." That was as unscientific as you can get. Mm-hmm. So stop telling me about Darwin blah 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 and Darwinists, right? They're not Darwinists, right?
I mean,
and also it's like saying Einstein.
Good.
Go ahead, Dapper.
Oh, I was gonna say, it's just the same as saying, like, oh, you're a Newtonist, or you're, I don't even know, like any other scientist. Like, you're not an Einsteinist if you study, special relativity. You're not a Newtonist if you're studying mechanics. You're not, an ohmist if you're studying like electricity. Like, that's just not how any of this works.
Ominous.
And yes, and understand that some of these great scientists were rejected in their initially. For example, Ohm's law, which most people in engineering and science would say, well, isn't that true? Right? When Ohm came out with his law, it was panned in part because it went against some people who were really worshiping these great engineers and scientists, and saw this thing, and even though the data was there to clearly show, there were people like Ham, but scientists, who were doing this worship thing and needed to be sort of moved out of the way because the data didn't explore it. Also, the notion of religion of naturalism, right? There may be somebody whose religion is naturalism, but the notion of naturalism or atheism, right? He says /atheism, right? He's doing that little equating there, because there are naturalists who are not necessarily good.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say that you can be an atheist and not be a naturalist. You can be an atheist and believe in ghosts and demons and angels. You just can't believe in gods.
Atheism isn't in biological textbooks.
Yeah, and for discussions about philosophical stuff about atheism, I would refer you to a number of people online whose names we know that talk about that. But this notion of naturalism or science being a religion, I think is false. Now, Ken might worship science like it's a religion, but it doesn't make science a religion if he worships it in that way.
I gotta hit play because he's actually put on screen the exact thing I was talking about, so that's awfully nice of him.
And our research has found that public school textbooks are using the same word science for observational science and historical science. They arbitrarily define science as naturalism and outlaw the supernatural. They present molecules to man evolution as fact. They are imposing, I believe, the religion of naturalism or atheism on generations of students.
And
so many
drink, we drink, and we drink, and we drink some more for everything he just said.
Insert the Star Wars thing about nearly everything word you said was wrong. Ken,
Yes.
everything you said was wrong. And moreover, I believe you know it.
Well, it's the
I believe you know it's wrong.
He's arbitrarily defining science and arbitrarily dividing things into historical science and observational science. He's like, well, they just use an overarching word for everything. Well, they co-opt scientism.
Now,
Drink!
Dapper is a really, he's quite knowledgeable about history, and the history of science is a very important branch of history. A person that I would recommend that you follow is a lady who says Kathy loves physics, and she has a really good book called Lightning Tamers, and she's talking about the history of development of electricity and Maxwell and Tesla and Edison, all the engineering, all the sorts of, and that's quite a fascinating thing. She also mixes in with it some of the science stuff, so you get to learn about Maxwell's equations and so forth. But the development of it is a fascinating history thing. I don't think that's what he means by historical science. I think he's talking about science that you observe, and then science that is from stuff from the past. And he's trying to say that one is science and another isn't.
Everything happens in the past.
Basically, so Ken Ham has a problem in that his ideas contradict essentially every branch of science that you could name. It's almost impossible. I've never done it. I've never found a branch of science that does not contradict something that Ken Ham believes when taken seriously, right? I've tried. I thought maybe optics, but then people pointed out that Ken Ham's beliefs require light not to work the way that we know it to in some instances. Therefore, no, optics also is a problem for young Earth creationism. So, I mean, I was really trying. So anyway, as a result, he needs to find a way that he can, at least with credibility among his audience, separate science into the good parts and the bad parts. Mm-hmm. And so he's made several arbitrary distinctions about sciences that he doesn't like versus science that he does. And so one of the things that he does is use this observational versus historical. But then he also likes to complain about science which is not interested in the supernatural, not because the supernatural doesn't exist, it wouldn't be interested either way, but because the supernatural is fundamentally not the object of study of science, right? Asking science to talk about the supernatural is like asking, say, a mathematician to give you an expert level discourse on like cell biology. Why would you do that? That's not what math is. That's not what a mathematician does, right? So, and so what he likes to do is say, oh, well, we should include God as an option. But the problem is that even if God did do a thing, right? Like, let's say that there's something that we encounter in the world, and it's directly created miraculously by God. That doesn't help with science. Science is about things that we can use to make reliable predictions in the future on the basis of the information and the data that we gain.
Yeah.
And so if you can't make predictions on the base of it, then who cares? Even if it's true, it's not part of science. It might be part of something else. That's why things like answering the question like, hey, what route did Hannibal use to cross the Alps? It's not really a scientific question because that doesn't help you make future predictions about any new data, really. It just tells you what one thing happened. On the other hand, if you say, hey, how is it that elephants survive at high temperatures in European mountain ranges? Well, that could give you new predictions about what might happen if you decided to take an elephant into the Alps. That's
and history can make use of scientific processes in furthering understand history, right?
Right.
That's a really important thing.
So Ken is basically just complaining that science is useful Because the reason science is useful is it only includes options that allow you to make predictions, which God isn't one of them. If you say, okay, look,
You can't
God
predict what
created
God's
this
gonna
rock.
do. Yeah.
Yeah, if you say God created this rock, well, okay, that doesn't tell me how rocks come about. It doesn't tell me where to find other rocks like it. It tells me nothing about that rock other than it's a miracle, which, from a historical standpoint, if we say it's true, okay, that's interesting. But again, it's not useful in the scientific sense.
Yeah.
And not everything has to be, right? Like, but that is not science. Like, it's not scientific to talk about, like, you know, your relationship with family members. Because that's just one-off instances. It doesn't give us any predictive ability about future instances. However, it's still important to you.
But in a large amount, in a large quantity, over like certain
if we were
time
talking
periods, you can do social
humans'
studies
relationships.
about that. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the
And I
difference
think-
between like anecdotes and data.
Right.
And again, you know, another really important point of this whole thing is that you know that science again values questions, and science is constant. The scientific method constantly challenges and questions its own situations. So even though you know, I say that, you know, the theories of relativity, the theories of quantum mechanics are some of the most extraordinarily well-tested, you know, theories in science, one
Everyone
still
says that about their own
challenges
theory.
them. It's, I mean, one of, right? It's one of the, again, I say it's one of the more, you know, well-established things in science. You still challenge it, right? Because again, you know, as I say, in learning relativity and quantum mechanics, and you know, I bought into the mathematics of relativity, but I was disturbed with some of the implications of quantum mechanics, and so we'll go and test it. And so I spent several years challenging and testing both relativity and quantum mechanics, and that was good. I don't see Ken Ham challenging articles of his faith, challenging claims of historical figures, or figures whether they're true or not. I don't see him applying that same method to his religion, right? Someone who challenges, saying, well, did Noah really exist? Did Abraham really exist? Is there a God? I don't, you know, that is seen as being apostate. Where in science, you are, as a student, encouraged to challenge the foundations and to test them. And guess what? Occasionally we discover that something isn't quite what we thought it was, and we learn, and we celebrate that person for having asked the right question at the right time to the right people and made progress.
My Unfinished
the other thing
Chapter 5 says AIG is a crate of cocks. Holding off on alliteration because I don't want to use more than 2 Ks. Hey!
Yeah. So the notion of science as naturalism, right? Science, you know, is an endeavor that builds and organizes knowledge using testable experiments, predictions about your universe. Where naturalism is a philosophical notion about the natural laws and forces that operate in the universe, right? They're not the same thing.
Yeah, it's confusing science and philosophy, and it's not like science or philosophy don't have anything to say about each other, and that's fine. And there are bridges you can gap there, but that you to use them interchangeably is, I think, an error at best.
Yeah, but there are scientists who are naturalists. There are naturalists who are scientists, but there are scientists who are not naturalists, right? There are scientists who have great faith in these religious things, and they don't apply that. There are naturalists who don't hold to the scientific method, right? The notion of defining science and naturalism, right? Because he's equated science with religion, naturalism with religion. Mm-hmm. Again, is a bit of projection, a bit of false dichotomy.
All right, I have blame.
But again, go ahead.
You see, I assert that the word science has been hijacked by secularists in teaching evolution to force the religion of naturalism on generations of kids. Secular evolutionists teach that all life developed by natural...
I assert that AIG wants to hijack science to push their dogma onto kids, that they're worshiping the scientific method, but they're using this presupposition as this is God is true, this particular thing in Genesis is true, and they want to push that on the kids.
I think
right?
I would go a step in a different direction.
A bit of projection.
They want to utilize and weaponize science in line with their religious dogma, so that way they can control people and enforce their morality and moral lines on other people.
Yeah, and control their economic purse strings of their believers. But why doesn't he sit there and say science is evil because they don't believe in God, blah blah blah, and scientists are denials of the Christian faith, which is not true. There are many scientists that are quite religious. But why doesn't he do that? He's again secretly worshiping the scientific method, and then saying, but only if it matches our dogma.
He's got a pentagram under his desk that says E equals MC squares in the middle.
Processes from some primordial form. That man is just an evolved animal, which has great bearing on how we view life and death. For instance, as Bill states,
it's very hard to accept for many of us that when you die, it's over.
But you see, the Bible gives a totally different account of origins, of who we are, where we came from, the meaning of life, and our future. That through one man sin entered the world, and death through sin, but that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, whoever believes in him should not perish and have everlasting life.
Drink for preaching. Drink for preaching.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
So...
Oh, I want to point out, we're not using the KJV, so we're at least away from the KJV.
That's nice.
And isn't it in KJV? Isn't that the new?
Yeah.
There's two different KJVs.
Well, okay, kind of. The new KJV is a translation that uses some of the traditional translation methods that were used in the KJV, but it also corrects a lot of the things that were just mistranslations in the KJV.
Yeah.
And also uses, more current English than, 17th century English.
I would encourage you to check out Mock the Atheist channel. They go into a lot of stuff about biblical texts. They actually, even though atheists, they're actually quite significant students in studying religion and studying Christianity, and you can get a lot of information about KJV stuff and so forth. There's a fascinating bit about linguistics and a fascinating thing about history that is in there. Still, Ken started talking about death, right? And I want to say this with all politeness and all kindness. I, Landon Noel, will die. Dapper, even though he's a dinosaur of great age, will die. Chesh, Canadian goblin she is, will die. You, the person listening to me right now, you will die. Ken will die.
Come for the drinks, stay for the free existential crises.
Hey, guess what? This is part of life. Death is part of life. And I would encourage, I would beg you, don't let this fear of death overly impact your life. Embrace it. It's going to happen anyway. And there's a number of people who are involved in religion, I'd say all, but a number of people who are involved in religion because they think religion is going to give them a get-out-of-death jail-free card. Guess what? You're going to die. And the question is, well, what will happen? I believe that I will experience the same condition that I experienced before I was born.
Thanks to denial, I'm immortal.
So Ken, I would say that the tragedy of your life is you've devoted so much energy into hoping you're not going to die and hoping your religion is going to give you an escape from death, that you are willing to commit effectively intellectual suicide while you worship scientific method and the money that comes in on your organization, right?
On the other hand,
and again, I want to say this in sincerity. Please get over your fear of death. It's going to happen anyway, and spend the time now while you're alive to make value of it. Now, I would encourage you to do that.
There's another addition to that, though, too, right? Don't let your fear of death be taken advantage of by people like Ken Ham. it's okay to be afraid of death. It's okay to be uncomfortable, and those are feelings that everybody's going to have to deal with and everybody's going to have to work out. But the other thing is that Ken Ham's version of Christianity teaches that it's not just the good people who believe in God that get to live forever. Everybody gets to live forever. This just depends on where you go.
Yeah, and some religions have had various things about stuff, but the notion of having a happy time afterlife.
Yeah, but
is the notion that they're
right, or the or a fear that you're going to have a bad time forever. Right? It's all tied in together. So I mean, just don't try not to get taken advantage of. Do your whatever your fears may or may not be, and it's it is hard. It's Bill Nye was right in the clip that he showed. Shit ain't easy.
And Ken. Ken doesn't know this to be the case. He hasn't been there.
He hasn't been there. He hasn't seen it. He doesn't know. He wasn't there.
But again, I'm not saying you can't be religious and do what you want. I'm encourage you to spend your time while you're alive, valuing and making something of this now. That's the portion of saying, because you'll die, and it's something. It's one of the things that one of the greatest things that my mother, who died, gave me and taught me was the dying process.
I'm drinking
and how it's
preaching
part
on
of
our
life, and how it is. You should embrace it. But understand. I think some of the damage that people like Ken Ham and his religious stuff does is gives you this false notion of you do this, you pray this prayer, you do these, believe these things, and you'll have eternal life. And people will then one, waste much of their time while they're still alive on this sort of stuff, as well as then basically destroying the ability to actually understand the universe. It's a tragedy. So nothing wrong with being religious. Just I would encourage you to get over your death problem, because it's going to happen to you anyway, whether you like it or not.
So, is creation a viable model of origins in today's modern scientific era?
No.
Yeah, what the hell did any of that have to do with
Literally nothing.
Evolution is real or not?
No, nothing. It had to do
this
with.
This whole thing so far has been absolute non sequiturs.
It had to do. It had to do with his worship of the scientific method. It had to do with his promoting of his AIG bag of appendages and the money that comes from the followers and the accolades. Right. It had to do with that, but we finally get to the debate topic. Is it a viable model of origins in today's scientific method era? I say resoundingly
origins.
No.
Well, he's still conflating origins and abiogenesis with the topic of evolution. Ernie Matthews 5 says, another great show and chat. Thanks, Chesh and Cast. Thank you, Landon and Dapper, for joining us. I'm ending the stream. I'm just kidding. Thank you so much for for super chatting. If you've been super chatting so far, if you are a member, thank you so much for supporting. It is greatly appreciated. So thank you so much out there.
And thank you very much. And again, if you're religious, please don't think I'm calling you crazy. Or so I'm just pleading with you. Value your life now, because that's what you're going to have. But
I say the creation evolution debate is a conflict between two philosophical worldviews based on two different accounts of origins or science beliefs, and creation is the only viable model of historical science confirmed by observational science in today's modern scientific era.
Okay,
that was a long sentence of saying nothing, ultimately.
No, it is not confirmed by observational science. In fact, observational science poses fundamental flaws to this creationist stuff, and even in the modern scientific era is there. And so his dichotomies are wrong, and his statement is wrong.
I'm drinking.
And in
really
fact, I think
dumb.
I don't know. Dapper, do you have any comments on that? On those last two slides?
I mean, I think I already made the comments that I need to about the fact that Ken Ham has this problem where he needs to just dismiss science. Yeah. That's where I put my focus. I don't have any additional comment on things like how you should value your life or your afterlife.
It's not.
I don't comment on that. Yeah. It's not relevant to this question that's being asked. Turns out I don't think that the answer to the question of whether or not life evolved has direct impact on the question of whether there is an afterlife or what it's like or how to get to a good version of it if there is one. I don't think it's relevant.
That is time. I have the unenviable job of being...
Holy shit, we made it 5 minutes. Yay!
I'm sorry, but I thought we needed to basically understand the impending. And notice, by the way, he had 4 minutes and 50 seconds of stuff, and then he finally, at the end, talked about the debate topic, but didn't actually.
He didn't say anything about it. He just made a statement about what his position is, and I guess that's kind of what your opening is supposed to be.
And I would turn to him if I were doing the opening thing on the side. I would turn to him and say, Ken, I feel really bad about what appears to be the tragedy of your life, and how much effort you waste on avoiding what you think is a avoidable death. How you worship the scientific method but pretend not to do so.
It would be
in
really...
the hopes that your life and your work and your foundation will continue to thrive economically.
The entire thing that Ken Ham just said could be just dismissed by saying, like, well, yeah, man, that's just like your opinion.
Yep.
Someone who sits there and says, I reject scientific method, I reject the philosophy of naturalism, I reject the rational processes, and instead are in the spiritual. They're at least being honest.
Yeah, fair.
In my opinion, Ken knows some of the stuff in his heart, using his terms, but his fear of the lack of eternal life forces him to rationalize things, forces him to commit what apparently is intellectual suicide. And that's the tragedy of Ken.
All right.
I think he's capable of doing great things, but not.
The timekeeper here. So I'm like the referee in football that you don't like, but I will periodically, if either one of our debaters runs over on anything, I will stop them in the name of keeping it fair for all. Mr. Ham, thank you for your comments. Now it's Mr. Nye's turn for a 5-minute opening statement. Mr. Nye.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
It's a pleasure to be here. I very much appreciate you including me in your facility here. Now, looking around the room, I think I see just one bow tie. Is that right? Just one. I'm telling you, one should try. Oh, yes, two. That's great. I started wearing bow ties when I was young in high school. My father showed me, his father showed him. And there's a story associated with this, which I find remarkable. My grandfather was in the Rotary, and he attended a convention in Philadelphia. And even in those days, at the turn of the last century, people rented tuxedos. And the tuxedo came with a bow tie, untied bow tie. So he didn't know how to tie it. So,
by the way, this is very typical.
He just took a
Jill
chance,
Nye
went to the hotel room next
about
door,
his...
knocked on the door. Excuse me, can you help me tie my tie? And the guy said, sure.
Don't knock on your microphone, everybody. Just don't do it.
So my grandfather, wanted to have the tie on. Wasn't sure what he was getting into. So he is said to have lain on the bed, and the guy tied a perfect bow tie knot. And quite reasonably, my grandfather said, thank you. Why'd I have to lie down on the bed? The guy said, I'm an undertaker. That's really the only way I know how to do it.
And by the way, with all due respect to Dapper, who has a Dapper tie, I always wondered how it ties in. I'm not sure about the clip method.
That's a pretty
That's a
personal
mystery.
question.
There are some things that humans were not meant to know for their own good.
That's fair.
So that's one of the things. But still, I used to have, and you can find pictures of me in a suit and tie when I did city council stuff, until at one point I had an unusual conversation with Steve Jobs where he didn't use swear words, and his comment to me was, why are you wearing a tie to city council, right? Because how you promote yourself is very important. I can tell you don't want to wear a tie. What's the deal with that? And I had to admit to him saying, well, done. So I stopped wearing ties to city council, right? And
Steve,
it caused
okay,
it caused a consternation.
We have Landon having a casual conversation with Steve Jobs, and Steve Jobs like, bro, what's up with your tie? What's the deal? Yeah, you don't want to wear one, and Landon was like, yeah, you're right. I don't. He didn't, and caused an uproar.
Yes, but it is because because Jobs was very known for being very blunt and very direct, and calling it as it is, and he called my tie use very much as it is, and I appreciate for that. Now, it was one of the conversations he didn't resort to his near Tourette's syndrome curse stuff, but nonetheless, I thank him for that, and so I don't wear ties. Not to say you can't wear a tie, and in fact, if I had to wear a tie, I might wear a bow tie if I had to force to do that, but that's a different story.
But now that story was presented to me as a true story. It may or may not be, but it gives you something to think about, and it's certainly something to remember. So here tonight, we're going to have two stories, and we can compare Mr. Ham's story to the story from what I will call the outside, from mainstream science. The question tonight is, does Ken Ham's creation model hold up? Is it viable? So let me ask you all, what would you be doing if you weren't here tonight? That's right, you'd be home watching CSI Petersburg. Is that coming? I think it's coming. And on CSI, there is no distinction made between historical science and observational science. These are constructs unique to Mr. Ham. We don't.
I mean, yes, but also, why are we using, like, TV shows as the example? I assume this is because he knows that he's not talking to scientifically literate people, and he knows that
that's
he
exactly
just has,
what it is.
Yeah, he has to. And he's trying to cater around that. Like, what would they be familiar with?
And I can tell you from people I know that are involved in law enforcement and crime, CSI is so full of cringe stuff, right?
Sure, yeah.
If I had to give you some advice, although it's now less relevant, it would be to get rid of your television. Right? If you want to,
are you talking like cable?
Well, I mean, I don't think you need. Now, there are many other things you can do with your life, but I would recommend that television is not one of those useful things, right? I remember coming to take a job as an astronomer in this institution where they wanted me to do other engineering stuff, and they wanted to know, well, how are you going to be able to be a good employee because you also do all this science stuff to go on these expeditions and so forth. And I said, I don't own a television. I've not been in a house that has a television since 1978. And all that time you spend watching TV, I spend doing other things. I understand escapism is there, and now with YouTube, this thing is kind of equivalent to stuff. But still, I would suggest that there are better things to do with your life. You might moderate how much television you have, and instead.
And that's how the entire chat disappeared to go do something else.
Landon, what does this have to do with evolution? Trademark Canada.
Well, I don't know. Landon. I'm not sure what it has to do with stuff. I mean, I guess Ken was saying if you were not doing stuff, you'd be involved in. So I don't know what Bill Nye is getting at with regards to this.
He's explaining
Landon
that.
just wanted to go on an anti-TV rant. It's fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
Don't normally have these anywhere in the world except here. Natural laws that applied in the past apply now. That's why they're natural laws. That's why we embrace them. That's how we made all these discoveries that enabled all this remarkable technology. So CSI is a fictional show, but it's based absolutely on real people doing real work. When you go to a crime scene and find evidence, you have clues about the past. And you trust those clues, and you embrace them, and you move forward to convict somebody. Mr. Ham and his followers have this remarkable view of a worldwide flood.
I do not like how that lion is looking right at me. Do you see that right in the middle? I don't like it. I don't like it.
One of my favorite things to do with Noah Ark things is to look at the pair of lions and see whether or not it's two dudes.
Yeah. One of my favorite things.
Is.
One of my favorite things to do is whenever anybody brings up the Noah's Ark is talking about all the drowned puppies.
So
there would have been a lot.
A lot.
So I'm trying to, and this thing, the lion is hiding the other lion, but the other lion, given the shape, appears to have a mane, and I think that's two males coming on board doing things that Kinham probably disapproves of.
No, you know.
That somehow influenced everything that we observe in nature. A 500-foot wooden boat, 8 zookeepers for 14,000 individual animals, every land plant in the world underwater for a full year. I ask us all, is that really reasonable?
Yeah.
What about the birds?
You'll hear a lot about the Grand Canyon, I imagine, also.
The birds go on the
It's a
ark.
remarkable place. And it has fossils. And the fossils in the Grand Canyon are found in layers. There is not a single place in the Grand Canyon where the fossils of one type of animal cross over into the fossils of another. In other words, when there was a big flood on the earth.
Stop. This is a problem I have with Bill Nye. Well, he's a really well-traveled
You don't have to qualify, you're
communicator. He says things that are the cringe stuff. I believe it's possible to find a fossil that's moved because you get some erosion, you have a surface, something tumbles down and gets reburied. So if he said essentially that, so he didn't qualify. He just sort of said, if you find a fossil here that's there, or vice versa, somehow it that's not quite.
So
we see. Go ahead, Deborah.
In his effort to make this something that I think the largely scientifically illiterate audience is going to understand, he's basically simplified it to the point where it's not really true anymore. Basically, what he's trying to get at is that there is a systematic way that you can take a look at the geological column and which fossils are in it, and that we do not have instances of organisms appearing in lower layers than they should be, according to what we understand both about geology and evolution. And unfortunately, saying that it's going to turn a whole lot of the audience into just like, I don't care, just eyes glass over. I don't know what the proper way to say that to people who just have no background on any of this is.
I would
but
probably,
I do know that
if I were to try and take a shot at it, I would say animals or living creatures from one time period do not cross over from another time period, provided there is no additional extenuating circumstances, such as erosion.
Yeah, and I would say that fossils in one layer do not migrate to another layer except through external processes that are causing movement, be it through erosion, earthquakes, or whatever. Right? That's and because again, what Nye did, he was lazy enough. He was too lazy to come up with a more compact sentence that's not cringe free, and he exposes him. And no, I think he's lazy in the way he communicates. And that he then creates an exposure for people to sit there and say, look, we found in coal this thing which is blah 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 blah, and therefore it's Darwinism is bunk.
It's definitely a setup for an easy way to interpret or understand something that's incorrect. That's easy to poke a hole in. That's for sure. I'll agree with that.
So perhaps maybe a better way, and again to say this, is that fossils that get formed in a layer, at the time that layer was set down, unless there is external processes to move them.
He certainly could spend less time talking about his bow tie story and use the time for this instead.
You can come up with a sentence that's cringe-free that also doesn't expose it. Because again, one of the things I know that creationists try to do is to sit there and find these layer violations, and then claim, see, the flood did blah, blah, blah stuff. I don't know. Dapper, you've talked about this sort of layering problem. Well, how would you try to describe this?
So, I think I would probably say something like, we have a firm grasp from multiple areas of science on when certain types of organisms evolved, and we don't ever see them showing up in the fossil record well before those time frames. We don't ever find characteristically Permian animals down in the Cambrian layers in the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
There's no like frogs showing up down in the Bright Angel Shale along with all of the, Cambrian trilobites and whatnot.
And you could have a visual representation to make it more consumable for...
And of course, when you pointed out the erosion and whatnot, That is a thing that happens, but it still doesn't get that fossil into the Cambrian shale. It ends up in a reworked deposit that is obviously not the same thing as the in situ shale from, say, the
Yeah, then you can get into like the more nuanced discussion of geology and how to recognize specific rocks from specific areas.
Because a geologic column is a complex process, right? It's not something that gets set and then is read-only, right? And that's one of the things is that sometimes the creationists get wrong when they do this so-called field search, is that they don't understand the context. They sit there and say, well, look, here's a thing that carbonates to blah that's different than the layer it's in, therefore carbon dating is wrong, right? They don't, they play that sort of game. So I'm criticizing Nye because he knows better, and he could spend a little bit more time coming with a compact one sentence that is more precise.
I'm gonna give Nye one more negative point here and say Bill Nye is wrong. He's using an Apple computer. I'm drinking for that.
Oh, burn.
Ooh, I'm using several Apple computers.
Well, I drink for Landon being
so
wrong
I make
too.
Okay, so but
Landon has a better excuse though.
I want to give props to Bill Nye for using his bow tie as his sort of his icon, right?
Yeah.
That's
Makes him
that's a really good. He understands. I think he very understands the PR process, and
well,
you could just have
the story, right?
You could have a cartoon character with that classic bow tie style of stick, and people will think, oh, that probably is Bill Nye, right?
You would expect drowning animals to swim up to a higher level. Not any one of them did. Not a single one. If you could find evidence of that, my friends, you could change the world.
Stop.
Now, I just want to remind...
Stop for a moment. So again, Nye, when you make absolute statements like that, you expose yourself to think, great rhetoric, but I would not say, that I would say instead, on the fundamentalist, if you saw a preponderance of drowning critters moving their way up into other layers, then you could walk. But the notion that you can't have one instance of that?
Yeah, actually, so Bill Nye is setting up I don't remember if Ken Ham capitalizes on this. I doubt he does because Ken Ham is too stupid to notice. But Bill Nye has basically set up something where now the well-known phenomenon of Lazarus taxa invalidate his claim. So a Lazarus taxon is a taxon of organisms that is present in the fossil record at some point, then is entirely absent for a very large portion of the fossil record, and then shows back up, right? So a modern example is the coelacanth, right? We don't have any Cenozoic fossils of coelacanths. The fossil record for coelacanths stops at the end of the Cretaceous, and then suddenly now we have living coelacanths down in the oceans. Now, there are good reasons why we don't have Cenozoic fossils for coelacanths, because the only ones that seem to have survived were deep-sea specimens, and we basically don't have Cenozoic deep-sea deposits that are available for study, for paleontology. But what it means then is that any Lazarus taxa, and there are many Lazarus taxa out there, defeats this point, which is why you should not be talking about things going up. The more interesting question is, why is nothing found lower than it should be? Why isn't there wasn't a single whale that got covered up with all the Cambrian ocean life? Did the whales live up on mountains before the flood? Is that what we're going with? That seems unlikely.
Exactly, because if this flood created things that the creationists say, this flood created the things like the Grand Canyon, right? You would have expected to find critters that drown, that get stuck down, as well as a few of them that tried to escape the rising floodwaters that get stuck up, right? But Nye went further. He doubled down on his lazy scientific process and said, if you can find one instance, then you would violate all of science. I'm sorry. I would just be, if I were, I would be army enough to find one example just to shove in Nye's face, to say, stop making stupid statements that are trivial. And instead, talk about the issue, which is, can you find evidence that the flood dispersed creatures of on age and deposit them in a layer that they shouldn't be? I think is a better. I don't know, Dapper. Is that a better way of doing it? And I'm not a
Yeah, that seems better to me.
That's a
and he
steal
could
of
say
cake,
that.
by
He
the
could
way.
say that. He could say that in a sentence, but I believe he's lazy in his communication, and that's one of my problems with Nye.
Find us all. There are billions of people in the world who are deeply religious, who get enriched, who have a wonderful sense of community from their religion. They worship together, they eat together, they live in their communities and enjoy each other company. Billions of people. But these same people do not embrace the extraordinary view that the earth is somehow only 6,000 years old. That is unique.
So what?
And here's my concern. What keeps the United States ahead, what makes the United States a world leader, is our technology, our new ideas, our innovations. If we continue to eschew science, eschew the process, and try to divide science into observational science and historic science, we are not going to move forward. We will not embrace natural laws. We will not make discoveries. We will not invent and innovate and stay ahead. So if you ask me if
I would say, I know there's
This
a little
is
bit
a
of
weird
this,
line of that he's going on here, where that could have probably been used better. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe this is a matter of like what audience he's speaking to. That he thinks because he's in sort of more Bible belty area, he thinks that he wants to appeal to like American nationalism. And be like, you shouldn't believe Ken Ham is right because it's bad for America. And it's like, what?
And I think that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with having pride in your country. But when you get to the point of Christian nationalism in particular, I think you run into significant problems. I think what makes a civilization great is not only their it's things like their focus on education, their development of science, their focus on engineering, their focus on the arts, on music, right? Great civilizations, you find that they're not just a bunch of scientists, but there's also communicators, there's writers, there's poets, there's musicians, there's painters, and that they put a lot of effort into some of these higher order civilization functions. And so a little bit of, I can understand he's preaching to nationalists, probably a largely nationalist audience.
Yeah.
But and it's important, I think, for a civilization to understand what makes it great or lack thereof.
Well, he's trying to talk about America being a leader in technology, which it hasn't really been that great of a leader in technology for quite some time. And so, again, this happened a couple of years ago, so that may be fair. But, again, both of them have fallen into this issue where they're both way the hell off topic.
Yeah, and I'll say, for example, like with Canada, right? I'm American, but I have my Canada hat here with Canadians over there. I mean, what makes Canada? One of the things that makes Canada great, it certainly has a lot of significant science, has a lot of significant engineering talent, but also has puts a lot of value in the arts, and even government supported arts until conservatives eviscerate that sort of stuff. I think if you look in film, and notice, if you're one of those people that stays at the end of the credits and notice stuff, you'll see, Canada Film Board, Canada's government sponsored stuff that promotes the arts. And I think that's one of the things that makes Canada a great country. And it's okay to say another country is great, even if you're not a citizen there, because there are lots of great countries out here. So I would take and say that if you're in a civilization or a country that wants to flourish, pay attention to science and science education is one of the components.
Well, just pay attention to what other countries around you and what they're doing well or what they're doing better than you, because you can't be perfect at everything, and somebody's going to have other ideas and see how it goes. But we are at the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to give us a quick break so people can refill their drinks, go to the bathroom if they need to, get a snack, and we will be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Hey.
All right. Okay, bye.
Ham's creation model is viable. I say no.
Oh
It is
man,
absolutely
come on,
not viable.
dude. Why'd you start talking
So
right away?
stay with us over the next.
There we go. Hey, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. We've been live. Dapper? Is that you?
I'm
just gonna mute.
I'm going to
Dapper.
apologize to say that I think we spent a lot of time in these opening statements because I think there's a number of very important things to discuss. As we move on, we'll get more and more items. But I think there's some really good things that and I appreciate this context of stuff.
There's a foundation that you kind of got to set up for, right?
Sure. And also, I was prompted by somebody who wanted me to apologize to non-Americans for a problem that's really prevalent in the U.S., which is this we're number oneism, right? That the U.S. has this notion if we're not number one, we're crap. And there's nothing wrong with being number two, number three, right? And it's okay to strive to be number one, but I apologize on behalf of non-Americans when you have, nationalists like this that sit there and say we have to be number one, otherwise we're not viable. I think.
Yeah, but Landon,
we need to
number one maize exporter in the world.
Thanks everybody for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed it so far. That was a pretty important, I agree with Landon, there's a pretty important foundation that needed to be established going forward, so that way we can kind of go into the actual debate part of the debate with a solid understanding of what's going on. I'll make sure to throw chapters into this after the fact, so that way people can kind of jump forward if they want to jump forward, if they think they already have that foundation, because I'm sure there's a handful of you who already have a solid understanding that AIG is a bag of dicks. So I'm just going to quick go over our rules again real quick. We will drink for, if you super chat that AIG is a bag of dicks, we will drink for that. So if you want us to drink, send those super chats. Ken Ham
extra points if you do it with alliteration, right?
Yes, extra points for alliteration.
Yes, absolutely.
Ken Ham gets something right, we drink. Bill Nye gets something wrong, we drink. And then we drink also if it's just too dumb. We've also added in fallacies. So if you catch a fallacy, you let us know which fallacy it is. If we haven't caught it, we'll make sure to drink for it. All right. Yes. Like and share and subscribe and all that good shit, especially if you have learned something. Thank you so much if you super chatted so far. Thank you so much.
Consider clicking that like button, by the way.
It is greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. And let us go.
Period, and you can compare my evidence to his. Thank you all very much.
Okay, good opening.
Very nice start by both of our debaters here. And now each one will offer a 30-minute illustrated presentation to fully offer their case for us to consider. Mr. Ham, you're up.
Here we go.
How long do you think it would be before he actually gives something that speaks to his case, as opposed to here's a science person?
Well, the debate topic was, is creation a viable model of origins in today's modern scientific era? And I made this statement at the end of my opening statement. Creation is the only viable model of historical science confirmed by observational science in today's modern scientific era. And I said, what we need to be doing is actually defining our terms, and particularly three terms: science, creation, and evolution.
No. You said your terms correctly. If you define your terms, you said correctly, right? You said this is the only correct thing. If you said, let me define my terms, you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, but that's not what you said.
I'm opening another drink. Also, there's a part of me that's just, first off, he's just repeating himself. But not only is he repeating himself, these are the same slides.
Yeah, why bother getting new slides when the old slides will work?
All right, he's taken examples from Kent Hovind and his ever-growing set of slides.
Experimental or observational science briefly, and that both creationists and evolutionists can be great scientists, for instance. I mentioned Craig Venter, a biologist. He's an atheist, and he's a great scientist. He was one of the first researchers to sequence the human genome. I also mentioned Dr. Raymond Damadian, who actually invented the MRI scanner. Yep. I want you to meet a biblical creationist who is a scientist and inventor.
Did I
Hi, my name is Dr. Raymond Damadian.
This is the
I
same
am a young
thing.
earth creation scientist and believe that God created the world in 6 24-hour days, just as recorded in the book of Genesis. By God's grace and the devoted prayers of my godly mother-in-law, I invented the MRI scanner in 1969.
No, you didn't.
The idea that scientists
no, you didn't.
who believe the Earth is 6,000 years old cannot do real science is simply wrong.
Well, he's most adamant about that. And
By the way, I don't think that someone says a creationist can't do real science.
Yeah, we talked about...
I certainly am not saying it.
He said that in the opening, and we all went, no, nobody's saying that. No, even 6 years ago, very few people were saying
Not even
that.
Ken Ham, or not, sorry, not even Bill Nye was saying that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm also drinking for repeating your opening is really fucking stupid. You just showed us exactly how you could have done your entire opening instead of 5 minutes in like 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like the raspberry. The raspberry's good.
And actually, he revolutionized medicine. He's a biblical creationist. And I encourage children to follow people like that and make them their heroes. Let me introduce you to another biblical creation scientist.
The notion of worshiping scientists and engineering.
I received my PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. For 26 and a half years, I was professor at the University of South Carolina, Lancaster, where I hold the rank of Distinguished Professor Emeritus.
Landon, do you know this guy?
I've not had this person there. I know that by the way, there's a difference. There's that name, you'd be careful, because there's another person, notorious person has that same name that is not a nice person.
You sure it's not just the same guy?
I don't think so. We're talking about the person. There's a police officer, and there's another condo developer who has that same name. So you have to be careful about that. But he tends to show up mostly on the AIG site.
Oh, surprise!
With his thing, and but
Ken Ham is arguing something that is not the debate topic and is just giving allegory of people who about an argument nobody is making. Cool.
Yeah, he does a lot of books, AIG books, that pushes his narrative stuff. I know, as well. But again, just because you have a PhD doesn't mean that you somehow have truth on your side. Just
because you're an astronomer doesn't mean you do dick shit about evolution? Okay.
Upon my retirement from the university in January of 2013, I joined the research staff at Answers in Genesis. I'm a stellar astronomer. That means my primary interest is stars, but I'm particularly interested in the study of eclipsing binary stars. And I've published many articles in the astronomy literature, places such as the Astrophysical Journal, the Astronomical Journal, and the Observatory. There is nothing in observational astronomy that contradicts a recent creation.
I also mentioned Dr. Stuart Burgess.
By the way, I would challenge you as an astronomer to bring forth evidence, ignoring Ken Ham's historical stuff, right? That supports even remotely a set. And I don't think you will get away with, in a peer-reviewed paper, it's like Astrophysical Journal, promoting stuff that has the creationist model as a basis. I don't think you'll be able to survive peer review, right? Yeah. Now, doesn't mean that you can't do astronomy. It just means that you haven't, as an astronomer, gotten peer-reviewed papers published to credibly support your creationist dogma.
Now, he did say that nothing in observational astronomy contradicts his young Earth creationist beliefs, which means... first, let me ask you a question. Landon, you've done astronomy, correct?
Yes, I am an astronomer.
Now, I took an astronomy course in college. That's about it. I did do well, but that's about it, right? I don't do astronomy. But I want you to tell me if I'm correct about this. It is my understanding that there are, in fact, stars that we can see that are more than 6,000 light years away?
Yes. And
would that not contradict the 6,000 year age of the universe?
Now, I'm aware there's excuses that apologists have as to how that's done, but that's a significant problem for it. We also can date stars, right? We have a stellar evolutionary model that if our model of how stars evolve is really correct, and all the data tends to support that, we can
date stars. Only
stars.
Stars are out of my league.
But you know, with this, the thing with this Danny Faulkner guy, in particular, again, he's a young thing where, but he's had colleagues who criticize, saying that he fails to comprehend actually how physics works.
Oh no!
He was.
You don't say.
He was a professor, but he was a professor at the University of South Carolina, but retired, and to work for, and then basically then started pushing into his pseudoscience stuff, in my opinion, in AIG. And so he's been putting on this notion that he's a facade of being a active astronomer,
some kind of authority.
Yeah. But he earned his bachelor's degree from Bob Jones University.
Oh God.
In mathematics. Okay. And his master's degree was from Clemson, but later on, and he got he got a PhD in there.
Drink because not only was this guy stupid for exactly what Dapper demonstrated a second ago about how the astronomy dictates that the universe is clearly older than 6,000 years, but now also for Ken Ham being so stupid as to put that in his presentation.
Let me read you a quote from Mr. Faulkner. He said, "I'm really concerned with people that put much faith in the Big Bang. It's overwhelming dominant model. They've had few impressive predictions like background radiation, but has many problems. They keep changing the model and make it fit the data we have. As a Christian, my biggest concern is it doesn't agree with Genesis' account of how the world came to be. And my big concern is that we make that the fingerprint of God was there when Big Bang is descended. What does that do to Christianity?"
Did he just say, before he got to the Christian part, did he just say that he was mad that science was changing the model based on new data?
Yeah. As I say, he says, as a Christian, my biggest concern is that it doesn't agree with the Genesis account of how the world came to be. And my big concern is that when you make that the fingerprint of God, as it were, then the Big Bang is discarded. What does that do to Christianity, right? That's been so he tends to, in recent publications, they discard or disregard of how the scientific method actually works. And he used to think that dinosaurs were cold-blooded, and that fossil evidence demonstrated that warm-blooded traits and fast-growing rates of stuff, the presence of feathers and so forth, all discards that sort of thing. He also used to think that but this
guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah.
He tends to not do some stuff there. I would suggest that you take a look at Rational Wiki on Danny Faulkner, and because apparently Ken wants to bring him forward as notion that his group does something credible.
Yay!
Engineering design at Bristol University in England. Now, he designed a double-action worm gear set for the 3 hinges of the robotic arm on a very expensive satellite. And if that had not worked, if that gear set had not worked, that whole satellite would have been useless. Yet Dr. Burgess is a biblical creationist who believes just as I believe. Now, think about this for a moment. Are scientists like Dr. Burgess, who believe in creation, just as I do, a small minority in the scientific world? But let's see what he says about scientists believing in creation.
I find that many of my colleagues in academia are sympathetic to the creationist viewpoint, including biologists. However, they are often afraid to speak out because of the criticisms they would get from the media and atheist lobby.
I agree, that's a real problem.
Here goes the persecuted stuff, right? This is the we're persecuted evil thing. It's a common.
Yeah, Landon, like I said, if you thought that the persecution complex was showing in his 5-minute opener, just wait, it gets worse.
What do you mean, Dapper? This is still the 5-minute opener. This is the same shit.
problems
Yeah,
today.
basically, I don't know.
We need to have freedom to be able to speak on these topics. You know, I just want to say, by the way,
You're doing
that
it right now.
Yeah,
You have the freedom that you need.
Yes.
You own the stage you're on, Ken Ham. What are you talking about? You need the freedom.
And you publish this thing on your site. This is from the AIG site as well.
This is from the AIG YouTube channel. So it's not like they're relegated to their own website. This is on YouTube. You can go find it.
Imagine
there's this emulation of the suffering.
No one listens to you.
Oh, boo.
Yeah. There's this emulation of the suffering servant, the person who is being persecuted for righteousness' sake stuff that Ken is trying to glom onto, and so that when they get cornered in logic and in observational issues, they can retreat to say, well, that's just because you're one of the evil people pushing this so-called religion onto our
we can't show, the biologists can't come forward and show all the problems because other scientists and scientism are keeping them down.
Yeah, and understand that if you go to a scientific thing and say an appeal saying, well, 40% of people agree with me, or 7% of the people that study it agree with me, that might be an interesting anecdote, but it doesn't do anything to the validity or lack of validity of your paper. Right. You can cite sources and say based on this work, but the notion that somehow some percentage of people agree or disagree is irrelevant. Oftentimes, when someone comes up with a new question that they hasn't thought of before and bring it forward, they'll celebrate it because they're the first person to articulate this question well so the people could understand the question and its import, right? That's the notion of scientists only do popular stuff and you vote on science is wrong. Or that you're persecuted and somehow the only reason why AIG isn't the dominant thought is because of these evil evolutionists and these Darwin worshipping people. No.
Hey, spoiler alerts, guys. Being wrong and people not taking you seriously isn't the same thing as persecution.
There's also a difference between, oh my goodness, if it's not the consequences of my actions. Mm-hmm. People don't believe me because I'm a liar.
It's exactly the same thing as when the flat earthers are like, how come they don't teach flat earth in school? We're being persecuted. No, you're just wrong.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole thing. You're just wrong.
Christian,
no deeper or anything. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Christian scientists, I should say, non-Christian scientists are really borrowing from the Christian worldview anyway to carry out their experimental or observational science. Think about it.
Wrong.
When they're doing observational science using a scientific method, they have to assume...
Come on, Landon, stop being so biased. You gotta think about it first.
Yeah, Landon, stop persecuting the Christians.
Yeah, what the hell? What did Ken Ham ever do to you?
I think what Ken Ham did...
Oh, no.
Probably the more important, probably one of the worst things he's done is he's poisoned religion, right? Whatever value, some people say whatever value religion might have for him, when they see people like Ken, they say, I want nothing to do with religion. And they don't even consider the important questions that religion explores because of people like him.
All I hear is Landon saying, I would stick Ken Ham's face directly into the lion's mouth in the Colosseum.
Could be. Now, I must admit that sometimes I refer to him as Kent Ham, but to my knowledge, Ken has never done things to propagate people who do bad things to kids, right? He's never, to my knowledge, been convicted of tax abuse. He's never physically assaulted people allegedly.
He's been in trouble with taxes. He's definitely been. Ken has been in trouble with taxes, but not.
He's never been convicted of anything that I know of.
And there's a difference between disagreeing. There's a difference between disagreeing with the IRS over your taxes and having audit and fighting on stuff. That's perfectly proper, versus outright defrauding and structure and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so even though I say that Ken Ham is better than Kent Hovind, although it's not hard to be better than Kent Hovind.
But they're all sort of similar
really
things.
Low bar. Yeah. You really don't have to try to be better than Kent Hovind. No. You have to try to be as bad. That takes a lot of effort to be as bad as Kent Hovind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
the laws of logic. They have to assume the laws of nature. They have to assume the uniformity
Laws
of
of
nature.
logic.
I mean, think about it. If the universe came about by natural processes, where'd the laws of logic come from? Did they just pop into existence? Are we in a stage now where we only have half logic?
No.
Half logic? I think Ken Ham's in a state where he has half logic. Does that count?
I think there are various philosophical approaches to logic and knowledge, but one political thing is to say that the laws of logic just are, right, and that humans discover them, and that logicians able to explore logic and all of its various wonderful facets, discover things that already exist. It doesn't. The notion of Boolean operations are just axiomatic givens, right? That you discover and you build structures, set theory and so forth. You build structures on that. Isn't that people who develop, people like Russell who helped develop set theory, didn't create it.
Landon.
They discovered it.
Landon, laws of nature says laws of mathematics.
And that's a pretty important thing as well. I mean, one of the things as well that I kept, it took me a while to get it out of my head, is advisor kept saying the universe does not ask your permission to do what it does. Because I would say mathematical model, blah, 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 so it has to be this way. And I'd say the universe does not ask your permission to do what it does. You can use mathematics to help describe and help predict and help affirm or deny a hypothesis and help understand, but mathematics is kind of like independent of things, right? Then prime number 3 is independent of creation, independent of scientific process. It just is, right? And we start with a set of axioms and build up constructs, but those are discovered. They're already there, right? 3 was prime, whether we believed it or not, whether we knew it or not, even knew what prime was or knew what 3 was, right? So the laws of logic, I wouldn't call them laws. Logic just is.
Okay,
laws of nature.
There are different laws of logic that you can adhere to, right? There are different ways in philosophy of breaking down and observing, because there's just different types of philosophy, right? Because the law of non-contradiction, you can't have A and not, an object can't be and not be at the same time, right? But that depends on what you're talking about. Certain things, certain usages of different types of logic apply in different scenarios, and how you apply them is different depending on what circumstance you're dealing with.
Yeah, and even here, the correct way of thinking, right? This is an example of dogma trying to push itself on the logic. A useful way of thinking is to accept the law of non-contradiction. You can't have A or
I feel like I've forgotten to keep an eye out to see if Ken Ham said anything correct by himself.
I don't think he has.
But here's the thing, and there's another YouTuber that likes to talk about philosophy, who talks about stuff like the law of identity and this sort of thing is and say somehow these are inherent, right? There are logicians who go and say, okay, let's build an academic system where the law of non-contradiction doesn't always apply.
Right.
Let's build a logical structure. Let's say
it's more complicated
and so
than that. Yeah.
And so this notion, now what typically you do with systems is you say there's the standard set of axioms, right? What do you mean by the standard set of axioms? It is a set of axioms capable of, for example, describing numbers. How you build the number line and that sort of thing.
Gravity doesn't apply exactly the same way every single time, everywhere you go. As you get bigger, as you get smaller, as you go onto different planets, even you have different rates of gravity. And so, even if gravity is a general rule, there's a difference between what is theoretical, what is practical, and what is practical somewhere that's not here.
Yeah. And so the laws of logic, I would just say logic, right? Not that there's laws of stuff, is typically you start with some set of axioms and you build inferences to build a structure. And yes, if you build an axiom where you can have A and not A in a Boolean system, you end up with absurd stuff. You can build a set of axioms where A does not equal A, right? The law of identity doesn't hold. You can do that. You end up not doing useful stuff. So people usually say a useful set of axioms that don't absolutely contradict each other inside, but you can build a structure to do something like say, describe the number line or numbers, is usually the standard set of stuff. So those are discovered. I believe that logic just is, mathematics just is. As a mathematician, I discover things and then publish useful stuff about it, about discovery. Not that that there's a creator of logic. I don't know. Dapper, do you have a comment on notion of logic being created?
I am not familiar enough with the philosophical literature to really have a strong opinion about how to explain the universality of logic or why mathematics is such a powerful tool for describing the operations of the universe and predicting the outcomes of future experiments and whatnot. But I will say that every time someone goes into this presuppositional apologetics, it comes across to me as saying very loudly and very clearly, I have no evidence for my position, but I would like you to believe me because I will basically just say a lot of philosophy stuff that isn't very well accepted in the philosophical literature, but that I would like you to accept because otherwise I'm going to say that you're being stupid. And that's all it is. It's basically
neener.
Yeah. I agree with that. And I'll add to that mathematics just is. It's independent of whether the universe exists or not, right? The number 3 being equal to 3 within the set of axioms and being prime within the set of axioms happens just whether or not you believe it is, whether the universe exists or you exist, it's just independent of
that. Well, I don't know if we could as humans comprehend a universe that doesn't have functional mathematics of some kind. Does that mean that's impossible?
Yeah.
No, it just means that it wouldn't be something that we can operate under or make assumptions about.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna hit that.
And so I would just add a little thing because I know he'll probably watch. Steve McRae, I wish when you talk about logic like law of identity, you don't say that it's like an absolute, right? Because you can build axiomatic structures that can be absurd, right? Talk about the standard set of axioms and what you can do with it, useful stuff. Because those standard set of axioms have been developed because we can take those axioms and produce very useful things. They're not, but they're not laws. And the law of nature should not have mathematics. It should be up in the logic, right? I would put it in that set. Laws of planetary motion, for example, are things that have been discovered by Newtonian mechanics modified by relativity.
So you see, I have a question for Bill Nye. How do you account for the laws of logic and the laws of nature from a naturalistic worldview that excludes the existence of God?
They are.
Now,
I count
in my opening statement. I also
it's
discussed
easy.
a different type.
Landon literally just did that.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter if it's easy or not. It doesn't even matter if Bill Nye can do this or not.
Right.
It doesn't even matter if the laws of logic and mathematics require there to be a creator. None of that actually matters to the question of whether or not evolution is a good model for biology, basically. These two interpretations, like the one on the right, which is Ken Ham's interpretation, which is demonstrably bullshit, versus the interpretation on the left, which is actually fairly accurate. It doesn't matter if there's a God. It doesn't. You could have a God and there be evolution. You could have no God and there not be an evolution. You could have a universe that was created supernaturally with laws of logic invented by God. Does not do a lick of a thing to help answer the question of the debate. All of this is irrelevant.
I am going to drink for non sequitur.
And I would say again that, and I like what Dapper said. I think it's well said. I also would suggest that the laws of logic axioms are independent of even the universe existing. They just are.
Oh, also,
in my opinion,
I love that right on screen, in the picture of the Lucy skeleton, you can already see why we know that the depiction on the right is bullshit. So what I want you to do is take a look at the femur. So you can see a left femur here, right? I don't know if you can circle it with your mouse or anything.
The femur is what for those that are not anatomy?
So the femur is if you look at the right of your screen, you'll see this little sort of like, it looks like a cartoon bone, right? It's coming out of the hip over on the right, and that's the left femur.
Okay.
So the femur is your thigh bone.
Yep. Okay.
So an interesting thing about it is take a look at the distal end, the bottom part, right? Where there's those two bumps toward the bottom.
Okay.
So the angle that those form helps you tell which direction the femur is held at, because the lower legs go straight down. But because that's angled there, you see it's going up, sloping up to the right, that forces the femur to be held so that the knees come closer to the body at rest than the hip joints are. And this helps increase stability in a biped. Quadrupedal apes don't have that angle. You can tell right on screen what we were being showed by Ken Ham, that Ken Ham's own interpretation of Australopithecus africanus is absolute 100% grade A bullshit. You don't need anything else.
Well, thank you.
Right there, that femur is the femur of a bipedal ape.
See, this is why you should subscribe to Dapper Dino's program, because not only does he debunk there, but he also learns something, right? That's why I like it.
That's my goal, is to teach people science through showing why bad science is wrong.
Drink for Ken Ham being stupid.
Of science or knowledge, origins or historical science. See, again, there's a confusion here. There's a misunderstanding here. People, by and large, have not been taught to look at what you believe about the past as different to what you're observing in the present. You don't observe the past directly.
Yes, you do.
Actually, it's the only thing I observe directly. What do you think? Light doesn't have a travel time? Sound doesn't have a travel time? My nerve inputs don't have a travel time? They absolutely do.
No, I mean, it is the case, and language has problems with this sort of thing. But astronomers look out in the universe and they're looking back in time, is one way to look at it. The other thing is that what do you observe now is now, right? So seeing a galaxy that light took 13.2 billion years to reach us, we observe that galaxy in an hour now. And it's very important from a relativity point of view to understand frame of reference. That being said, the problem with notion of a galaxy, of speed of light being constant, and that took light a long time to reach us, has a real big problem with this notion of a young Earth creationism. Now, the creationism stuff that allows for billions of years, you can fit that in. But the young Earth creationist that Ken Ham pushes, because he believes in his interpretation of Genesis, that's where the problem comes about.
About the creation account. I mean, we can't observe God creating. We can't observe the creation of Adam and Eve. We admit that. We're willing to admit our beliefs about the past. But see, what you see in the present is very different. Even some public school textbooks, actually, they sort of acknowledge the difference between historical and observational science. Here is an earth science textbook that's used in public schools, and we read this. In contrast to physical geology, the aim of historical geology is to understand Earth's long history. And then they make the statement, historical geology, so we're talking about historical science, tries to establish a timeline of the vast number of physical and biological changes that have occurred in the past. We study physical geology before historical geology because we first must understand how Earth works before we try to unravel its past. And
I'm having to go to stronger stuff.
There we go.
Bellwood, Feral Ace.
So,
please.
So there is a sense in which, if you want to understand how a rock formed in the past, you need to understand how that formation is possible, like physically and chemically. And to do that, of course, you're going to have to use observations and experiments right now. But that's just what science is, right? So, for instance, if you want to take a look and say, okay, well, how does rhyolite form? Well, you got to take a look at where rhyolite's forming today in various types of magmatic extrusions onto the surface of the Earth. If you want to take a look and say, okay, how does sandstone form? Well, you're going to have to find some place where sandstone is forming. You're going to have to do things like do chemical analyses on sandstone to see what the cementing agent is and whatnot. But that's how all of science works, right? If you want to say, okay, well, how does this, people have been using this plant as, a treatment for headaches for thousands of years. So we're going to take some of its bark and take a look at what it's made of. you're investigating historical incidents of people making, say, tea out of willow bark to help with their headaches, and then saying, okay, well, now we can do experiments to see what chemical in this is making that work, and then we can go forward with it. This isn't something extraordinary.
Now, do you suppose that Ken is claiming this is a text? This is a quote from that text, or is he?
He is. Yeah, he's saying this is from E. Tarbeck and F.K. Lutchin's Earth Science, Indiana Teachers Edition, Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Pearson Press.
Pages 2. Okay, he's claiming this is a thing.
Pages 2
to me. So to me, when I hear the word historical geology, I'm more thinking the history of geology rather than geology, which tends to study.
Yeah, that's a whole other.
Yeah, so as far as historical geology, it's in fact looking at the geology of the past and examining how that got to be the way it is. Whereas if you wanted to look at the history of geology, you would be calling that the history of geology. So you would be talking about so what did Charles Lyell do? What was he up to?
Thank you for that clarification. So in the case of physical geology, my guess is that what we're saying then is that we want to study as one of our foundations the physics of let's say rocks, and what we can do experiments in the laboratory to help us understand how to interpret geology that's occurred over time. Is that?
Yeah. So physical geology is what is this rock physically made of, and how does it come to be a physical rock? Historical geology is things like, how is it that the sequence of rocks that we have occurred, and why is it that the landscape takes the shape that it does? Things like why is the geomorphology the way that it is? So physical geology is stuff where you go in and say, like, okay, what is this rock? So you have like your hardness kit. You check to see if it rubs off on like your skin if you rub it. You check to see what chemistry is there. You might put a little sample in a mass spectrometer or something. You take a look at small sections under a microscope. That's the physical geology. The historical geology is things like facies modeling and trying to figure out when rocks were deposited and the sequence of rock layers. Have these rocks been folded? Have they been uplifted and overturned? Things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a planetary scientist, which is different than a geologist, though we tend to go with similar things. Yeah. So I appreciate the thing about those terms. That being said, I think Tarbuck and Lindgren's probably could have said it better if they say it is useful to understand physics and geophysics when trying to unravel the past as viewed by geologists.
That might be inside that ellipsis.
At best.
Well, yeah, there's that. But also, that might be inside the ellipsis. Because remember, he's not giving us a continuous quote. He's breaking the quote. And if there's one thing to know about creationists, it's whenever they put an ellipsis in there, the reason is almost always because whatever's in there actually invalidates the entire point that they're trying to make.
Yeah.
And ironically, you could do that with the Bible. Got a couple of verses, ellipses, and those things, and do all kinds of crazy stuff.
They do that.
Oh yeah, they'll quote mine in the Bible
all the time.
In other words, we observe things in the present, and then, we're assuming that that's always happened in the past, and we're going to try and figure out how this happened. See, there is a difference between what you observe and what happened in the past. Let me illustrate it this way.
Why? Wait.
If Bill Nye and I went to the Grand...
Wait. We need that Klingon scientific, citation needed.
Oh, citation needed.
But he's
which
gonna
I'll bet
explain,
Chesh hasn't added to the scene yet.
He's about to explain why. You gotta give him time.
Okay.
To give us he's gonna explain.
Fair enough. Okay. Maybe he will make a citation.
That's what he said. He's like, oh well, how do we show that? Here we go. So that's. I mean, I don't think he's gonna, but.
Canyon, we could agree that that's a Coconino sandstone in the Hermit Shale, and there's the boundary. They're sitting one on top of the other. We could agree on that. But do you know what we would disagree on? I mean, we could even analyze the minerals and agree on that. But we would disagree on how long it took to get there. But see, none of us saw the sandstone or the shale being laid down. There's a supposed 10 million year gap there, but I don't see a gap. But that might be different to what Bill Nye would see. But see, there's a difference between what you actually observe directly and then your interpretation in regard to the past. When I was at the Goddard Space Center...
I think we can confirm that he did not, in fact, explain anything. So I'm gonna put a drink in there.
Answer is as obviously as no. And furthermore, Ken, if you apply that same line of thinking to your belief structure, you did not observe Noah coming on the ark. You did not observe Abraham having a covenant with God. You didn't observe Noah, Moses parting the Red Sea and so forth.
But
so you don't know those things.
But God told him about it.
Yeah, but the notion then of somehow that the stuff today is somehow different than the past. I mean, one of the fundamental things typically in science, and in fact, one of the things that one of the principles of relativity is that the laws of nature are consistent in all inertial frames of reference, right? That there tends to be this notion that science works the same way, and if you find the past behaving differently, it suggests that there's a deeper understanding that you're missing, right? When we discover something in the past, so and you'll see this in articles. There's articles about James Webb Telescope finding galaxies, ancient galaxies that shouldn't exist, right? The answer to that is that what we thought how galaxies form has significant problems and needs revision. So when you see the past showing you data that is there, you are doing measurements, experiments today, observing the past, and you're also doing lab experiments to help understand and coordinate those things so that the past is very relevant. And the fact you haven't observed it is there because you haven't observed a tree dying and growing. You can see an old tree, but you can also observe the process of trees going there. So yeah, thank you. By the way, Dapper, you said it before, but what is the Klingon on that? On that thing say?
I won't believe you. It says I won't believe you.
And in Klingon, how do they say that?
Klingon, that's Kaharko.
Okay.
Kaharko.
Kaharko. Sorry, I butchered that.
Kaharko.
Kaharko. Sorry.
Gotta roll that R. Har.
Yeah, I have hard time rolling my R's. I need to practice more.
A number of years ago, I met creationists and evolutionists who were both working on the Hubble telescope. They agreed on how to build a Hubble telescope. You know what they disagreed on? Well, they disagreed on how to interpret the data the telescope obtained in regard to the age of the universe.
I'm drinking. I don't know if I'm gonna pause for this anymore because he's gonna keep doing it. I'm just gonna be drinking in the background. Building something is different than being able to interpret the data that comes from that thing after it exists, and it's different than following the science and developing the science over decades that you end up utilizing to build that thing. I don't need to understand physics to lay bricks. Now, will that make laying bricks better or worse? And do I have an intuitive understanding of bricklaying and physics when I do lay bricks and what rate those bricks are going to fall and at what angle I need to be on? Maybe, yeah, sure, great, but that doesn't mean I know dick shit about building a house. It doesn't mean I know dick shit when it comes to whoever designed the house in whatever weird way they did. That still falls in line with the rules. I'm just here. I just work here, dude. I just put the bricks down. Fuck off.
Right.
Yes. And you could be a bricklayer and not understand structural engineering.
Right.
And you could be a bricklayer and not understand the physics of compression. Right. So the fact that there might have been a person who believes in Kinhang dogma, who worked on developing the Hubble telescope is irrelevant. I would just hope that the people who are responsible for let's not test this telescope, let's launch it anyway, weren't some of those people involved, right? Because I'll tell you that one of the main things about success of the James Webb is they tested it and tested it and tested it, and in fact, had the James Webb launched on schedule, it would not have worked, right? The fact that they did careful engineering is a testament to the Webb team that wasn't because they understood the mistakes of the past of the Hubble. The Hubble had some really dumb things done to itself, coordinated engineering, and I would just hope that the people responsible for some of those really stupid engineering decisions weren't people who were wasting their time worshiping in the Ken Ham apologetics crap.
I don't like that Ken Ham is also using an apple.
And now, that being said, he doesn't have. He's not using a device that was designed by a convicted monopolist. And he's not using a device from a company who has decades of operating system incompetence.
Yes.
Now, not to say that the Apple doesn't have its own level of competence, but it's not. It's not in convicted monopolist.
It's a different kind of problem that exists in China. At least one of them. Yeah. And proprietary problems, but whatever.
I want to talk about lots of other similar sorts of things. For instance, I've heard Bill Nye talk about how a smoke detector works using the radioactive element americium. And you know what? I totally agree with him on that. We agree how it works. We agree how radioactivity enables that to work. But if you're then going to use radioactive elements and talk about the age of the Earth...
Wait, yes, go ahead.
Because he's about to talk about how we understand radiation so well that we can make useful smoke detectors. But now let's talk about how we don't understand radiation at all when it comes to radiometric dating, even though, we do still understand it in that context. Sorry.
He doesn't agree about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. The same science that tells you how to build a smoke detector using americium is the exact science that tells you how to radiometrically date. And by exact, I don't mean like the exact same techniques and stuff, but it's based on the same understanding of physics.
Yes. The same physics involved.
Right.
An engineer to build a smoke detector. By the way, there's other ways to use. You have to use americium. You basically have to have some ionizing field that will cause smoke particles to do things. That's what happens in the smoke detector. And americium is a really good source that will work for a long time without power.
You've got a problem.
Yep. So you don't get one without the other.
We got to understand parent elements, daughter elements, and so on. We could agree whether you're a creationist or evolutionist on the technology to put the rover on Mars, but we're going to disagree on how to interpret the origin of Mars. I mean, there are some people that believe there was even a global flood on Mars.
I think it's worse than disagree on an interpretation, right? I would posit that Ken's fear of death and his dogmatic literal interpretation of parts of Genesis that's convenient to him causes him to commit what I consider to be the equivalent of intellectual suicide, avoid a number of things in order to try to rationalize his presuppositionalist set, including, but not limited to, the collection of appendice organization known as AIG and the money that it takes in.
Okay, but this isn't, what he's saying isn't true. He's just saying this because he doesn't have a good fundamental understanding of what science actually went into putting a rover on Mars. He doesn't have a good understanding of what the fundamental planetary sciences are and what they utilize and what they need to accept to function from like from a theory standpoint. So you have layers of technology and layers of work that science has done, and he's fine with that. But as soon as you start stripping away and saying each individual thing of like, oh, do you agree with this? No. Oh, do you agree with this? Oh, he starts disagreeing. So no, he doesn't.
Yeah,
he does not agree with these things.
But he's so enamored with the scientific process that in his presuppositionalist logic circular crap, he goes and bastardizes to a high extent the result of science in order to try to back reference and rationalize his belief system that'll give him a magic get out of jail free with regards to death.
No liquid water on Mars. But, we're going to disagree maybe on our interpretation of origins, and you can't prove either way because, not from an observational science perspective, because we've only got the present. Creationists and evolutionists both work on medicines and vaccines.
No, it doesn't matter. We use in the present. We perform experiments and observe experiments and apply them to observations and apply them to things that happened in the past.
Pro-vaccine Ken Ham. He's right about something. I count it. That counts.
Yeah, I miss pro-vaccine Ken Ham.
We miss pro-vaccine Ken Ham.
Also, interestingly, one of his employees has almost certainly died of COVID during the height of the pandemic.
Yikes.
Yeah, David Menton. Yeah, let's just say that we don't technically know if he died of COVID, but
because we weren't there.
We weren't there. Well, yeah, we also don't have access to his medical records, but like, he was working for an anti-vax organization at the height of the pandemic. Older gentleman, but not terribly unhealthy otherwise, as far as anyone knows. Went to the hospital, didn't come out. Not saying for certain it was COVID, but there's a pretty good chance that David Menton would still be alive if he'd been working for an organization that was not so anti-vaccine.
All scientists have the same experimental or observational science. So I have a question for Bill Nye. Can you name one piece of technology that could only have been developed starting with a belief in molecules to man evolution?
Okay, stop.
I mean, I can. I don't know about Ken. I don't know about
Go ahead.
Go
ahead.
Before Dapper explains that, can I point out that not only is it's not like he backtracked in his slides and was like catching back up. He actually has these slides in more than once because you can tell because he's going from like one to the next slide, like he's just hitting next slide, which means that he's got doubles of all the slides that we've been repeating in there, intermittent again with questions for Bill Nye between them. That just kind of bothers me. But go ahead, Dapper. Sorry.
And by the way, go ahead.
So one of the things to remember is that technology doesn't just mean devices, right? Any technique that you use to modify the world around you that's beyond just like picking up the thing you want to hold and then I guess eating it or something, right? That's a technology. So just throwing a rock at a monkey to kill it so you can eat it, that's a technology.
Yeah.
So there's a number of technologies that would not work were it not for the truth of basically the whole scientific ideas that Ken discards. So in terms of evolutionary biology, there have in fact been medical treatments that were designed on the basis of the idea that certain pathogens were related to each other.
Yeah, and Dapper, wouldn't that be the flu shot that he had in his, that he just said he agreed about? That would be
the flu. The very reason that you need a new flu shot every year is because of evolution, and it is recalibrated as a result of evolution. And in fact, because scientists need to make forecasts about which strains will be prominent, they have to use evolutionary biology to tell them what is likely going to happen with those flu strains in the coming year so that they can determine which combination of flu strains should be most strongly protected against. Also, I noticed that both of my panel members here are in well-lit environments. Are either of you using electricity to create that environment?
Yes. I do have sunlight from reflecting off of snowpack mountains from Canada, so I'm using Canadian photons.
It's dark out where
come across the border without
You're stealing Canada's photons? My goodness.
No, Canada's invading the U.S. with Canada invading. If we had a wall there, we'd block all these photons from Canada. We have the Canadian photons.
Canada is pushing their horrible Canadian photons into the U.S., huh?
Yes.
Disgusting.
It's not me. Anyway. It's dark out where I'm at.
Well, it's a whole country thing, right? Anyway,
it is quite glorious, the Canadian cascades up here. So thank you, Canada.
So one of the things that you probably know is that most places in the world get most of their electricity from these things called fossil fuels. Now, I'm not getting into whether that's good or not because there's a separate discussion. But what I want to point out is that the way that oil exploration is done is by using something called facies modeling, which requires knowledge of the age of the Earth and the sequence of events through geological time, as well as dating different rock layers in order to get an idea of how likely you are to find fossil fuels if you drill in a particular location. Because, I don't know if you know, but drilling a dry well, basically getting it wrong and doing the whole process of drilling an oil well, insanely expensive. Yeah, most oil companies are only a few dry wells away from just absolute bankruptcy.
Yeah.
It does not
and
take
I can tell you
a lot of
that there's a lot of understanding of the geophysics and measurement of fields that are going into a thing called auctions, where when they take an oil field and say we'll auction off, and various companies bid for plots. They're running enormous computational models. Why? Because I've actually helped design and implement computer systems that model stuff so that when they have these auctions, they can bid on which plots. So not only do they say, is it worth drilling, but where and how much. And if they don't get the auction of those sweet spots, they can know about the other spots and how economically viable they might be to know whether or not it's worth actually doing bidding. So that whole bidding process is an enormous amount of computation goes involved in doing what? In applying physics, looking at field observations, and applying it to the past.
Yep. And I actually know someone who, a big part of his job is actually helping do the facies modeling for oil exploration in Canada, which I don't know if you know, in addition to being the world's #1 exporter of maple syrup, they are also a major supplier of oil. So good job.
Yes.
That would be the Alberta sands. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just that there's certain of the colonies didn't actually join the stuff. They tended to be more loyal to the King George and his syphilistic weird tendencies and the Tories.
Yeah. A number of Canadian provinces were asked if they would like to join with the United States, the new United States, and they were just like, "Nah, we'll take a pass."
Nah.
Yep.
Sounds good. Sorry, but no thanks.
Exactly.
Now, here's another important fact.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Creationists and evolutionists all have the same evidence. Bill Nye and I have the same Grand Canyon. We don't disagree on that. We have the same fish fossils, one from the Creation Museum, the same dinosaur skeletons, the same animals, the same humans, the same DNA, the same radioactive decay elements that we see.
Yeah, we all have the same information, and just some people choose to fucking lie about it.
Not just that, but we actually don't tend to have the same information. Here's why. So, I'm sure you guys are familiar with R.J. Downer and Jackson Wheat.
Yes.
Okay. R.J. Downer and Jackson Wheat have published a book, The Rocks Were There, which is essentially a long-form examination of how creationists are doing with taking in the evidence of the various fields that they talk about. And it turns out that, generally speaking, they tend to ignore around 9/10 of all relevant literature when discussing any given scientific topic.
That's 90%.
Yep. The vast majority of the information that's out there, the vast majority of the evidence that Ken Ham likes to say he has just as much of as the evolutionist.
Yeah, but he has access to this information. He's just choosing to ignore 90% of it.
Right, but essentially, if you ignore it, it might as well not exist in your world. You don't have that information. You could have it, but you just choose not to.
Right.
And so creationists, by choice, choose to exclude the vast majority of the data consistently.
Yikes.
Yeah. Because
when Ken says, we have the same data. No, you don't. You ignored huge amounts of it. Sorry, go ahead, Landon.
And because again, they start with, they use the unscientific process of starting with what they consider to be proof, and then they rationalize it and the best they can. By the way, I also say as a physicist, I object to this diagram. There isn't some notion that uranium magically turns into lead. It doesn't go from one spot to the other. There's a whole decay transition that's quite important to understand. And the shrink-off radiation that come up. Yes.
You mean it doesn't go from one side to the other?
and I would say also the notion of that shrink-off radiation that they're trying to imply.
Right.
Uranium doesn't produce.
You're saying uranium doesn't glow green?
I'm drinking for this.
No. In fact, it's highly radioactive stuff because shrink-off radiation comes from a very different process. And in fact, uranium is such a common element that it's hard for you to know that contamination. If you go out to your dirt outside and grab a square meter, you'll find a couple of grams of uranium. It's a very common material. There, the ground doesn't glow because of uranium. In order to have this left or right thing,
most ionizing radiation is completely invisible.
Yes. So So same evidence, right? Come on, Ken. Get your, if you're going to try to do physics and decay stuff, try to get at least right. Don't do this cartoony sort of thing.
We have the same universe. Actually, we all have the same evidences. It's not the evidences that are different.
Stop saying evidences.
It's a battle over the same evidence in
reality.
reality.
Why does Ken Ham look even more like a werewolf in his cartoons than he does on stage?
Yeah. So I am not a linguist, but I would say evidence is a collective noun. Dapper, what do you say as far as
So in most contexts in English, centered. Yes, evidence is a collective or it's not. Is a collective or non-count noun. So normally you wouldn't pluralize it. It's like lumber, right? You don't have 3 lumbers, you have 3 pieces of lumber. When you need to count it, you have a counting word. However, for a very long time in English language Christian apologetics, evidence has been used as a count noun. And being a descriptivist when it comes to linguistics, I can't say that it's wrong. And Ken Ham is the kind of person for whom the word evidences, plural, is a normal part of his variety of English because he is involved in Christian apologetics.
I'm not going to tell him he's wrong. I'm just going to tell him I don't like it and he should stop.
No, I wasn't objecting to it. I was just saying it's an unusual.
I'm objecting to it.
It is unusual,
and I don't know that is that potentially Australian in origin of.
So that's very specifically Christian apologetics in English. It's a weird quirk of apologetics literature for Christians specifically. I don't know where it comes from, but basically if you hear someone use evidences, it's almost a guarantee that they have a background in Christian apologetics.
I like how the identification that Landon said earlier about Bill Nye having like the bow tie. The thing that's like doing it for his little animic here is the bow tie and the hair swoop. And then on the other hand, you've got Ken Ham, and the thing that's identifying Ken Ham is his big nose, his big ears, and his chin beard.
Yeah, he has a little bit of they're trying to do a little bit of Abraham Lincoln thing too.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of that. Honestly, I think the character of Nye is actually pretty good. I like that.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
So what is he doing to, I guess it would be Botswana and a little bit of Zimbabwe? I mean, he's really grabbing that thing.
He's pinching a little bit. Pinching the booty.
I'm going to go and assume that this is actually like an inflatable beach ball kind of globe Earth, and they're not literally fighting over the real planet. And I say that for 2 reasons. One is the stretchiness evidenced. But also, if you notice, there's no like clouds or anything, and I don't know if you know, but Earth has clouds.
See, I was thrown off by the shadow on the ground.
Yeah, because the shadow is too big.
Yeah.
The shadow implies the light source might be a light just up above where the thing is.
The shadow implies that wherever they are is a flat plane, and the Earth is floating around.
Except that werewolf Ken doesn't cast a shadow. That's a more vampiric thing, isn't that?
Definitely.
By the way,
kids,
this is why it's handy to block out a scene in a 3D program. You don't have to make an actual full 3D scene, right? Just block it out so you get like lighting directions and shadows, right? It's a great technique. I know a lot of some really good like people who do things like nature, like fossil reconstructions and whatnot, and they'll block out a scene in 3D to get all the lighting and whatnot right, and then they'll actually paint over that.
Also,
really,
please
really good idea.
Center your stuff and also pick a better font.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play.
Regard to how we interpret the past. And you know why that is? Because it's really a battle over worldviews and starting points. It's a battle over philosophical worldviews and starting points, but the same evidence.
I'm actually going to say he's right here. This is a battle of worldviews and starting points, because they are arguing about that. One is having the starting point of God exists and made stuff, and the other is having a starting point of we see a thing, let's figure out what it is. So I agree. That's actually correct.
Although I'll object to say, I would say, potentially,
the naturalism Darwin shit is absolutely wrong. Like, his graphic is garbage, but like the concept that it's a philosophical position is not.
I would say, so I don't think that Bill Nye would reject the naturalist philosophy, but the notion you have a philosophy there versus creation, right? And creation is not exclusive to Genesis or Ham thing, right? I would sit there and say scientific method and young Earth creationism. God's word on the one side. God's word on one side there, right, is also a allegation, unsubstantiated allegation, right? Versus Darwin, right? Darwin is not the scientific equivalent of God, right? It's not even the biologist equivalent of God. That's not. In fact, I hear from my biologist friends that they don't worship Darwin except when trying to punk creationists.
Yeah, of course.
Now, I admit my starting point is that God is the ultimate authority. But if someone doesn't accept that, then man has to be the ultimate authority. And that's really the difference when it comes down to it.
Wait, no,
I've been emphasizing the difference between...
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. There's a philosophical thing about there. I don't know. You have to say because if you don't have God as ultimate authority, therefore man is ultimate authority, right? First of all, what makes you think there is an ultimate authority?
I have an ultimate
that's a pretty big
authority,
assumption.
And it's my bladder. All right. There is one ultimate authority in my life, and it's when I gotta pee. It wakes me up at night, luckily still, and that's not always going to be forever. It's going to arbitrarily decide not to do that one day.
Yeah. By the way, I'll point out that both Bill Nye and Ken Ham are using Apple-related products, which many of them now are being made elsewhere other than organizations that are controlled by the CCP. Good thing in part because I think eventually those places will not be able to export their stuff, but that's a different story.
Sounds like a tavern topic one day.
Historical origin science, knowledge about the past when you weren't there, and we need to understand
it's the same slide.
We weren't there. Or experimental or observational
it's the
science,
same
using your
slide
five
again.
senses in the present, the scientific method, what you can direct.
Why does everyone depict a scientist as performing some chemical experiment that changes color? What's that meme about, right?
It's just visually indicative because like it's an obvious thing. Everyone associates scientists with lab coats, even though that's dumb.
Science.
Color changing chemical experiments are flashy. It's just a stereotype.
I'm drinking for utilizing the same slides too many times.
And do you think do you think that he actually duplicated the same slide over and over again?
No, okay. So he's got a presentation, and he's got the same slides in that presentation multiple times. And the reason you can tell is because he's not clicking through back and forth. He's just hitting next.
Yeah.
And that means that he has to put the slide in as again.
And I would by the way, I would also suggest, given some visual clues, he's been using PowerPoint. And probably. I can't tell you the number of times I've been in presentations when someone using that piece of crap and it crashes and they restart and so forth. Particularly if you're using a Mac, you don't need to use PowerPoint. PowerPoint does some awful things, and get a better use of technology.
I'm waiting for Ken Ham to open his laptop one day, and it's going to be like furry porn.
There's a big difference between those two. And that's not what's being taught in our public schools. And that's why kids aren't being taught to think critically and correctly about the origins issue. But it's also important to understand when talking about creation evolution, both involve historical science and observational science. You see, the role of observational science...
Stop using the same slides over and over again! For the love of God. Okay, listen. There are two things. One, kids aren't taught how to think critically about everything, because any kid that has learned how to think critically will not take anything Ken Ham is saying seriously at all, and will question some of the stuff that Bill Nye has said. Secondly, stop using the same damn slides, you lazy prick.
And I wish in fact that critical thinking was better taught in schools, right?
Yes.
The problem that I have with a lot of classical, kid required to go to school STEM stuff is that they tend to do here's a question, can you get the right answer?
Yeah.
As opposed to understanding science, can you formulate a good question and then investigate that question? That would be a scientific process, right?
Yeah.
Even STEM, right, where they're on engineering, they tend to be engineering based of saying, can you apply engineering principles to determine whether this house will collapse, right?
Yeah,
As
can
opposed
you,
to
plug
can you
in-
derive the kinematics, the laws of physics that govern engineering.
Yeah.
And it says this, it can be used to confirm or otherwise one's historical science based on one's starting point. Now, when you think about the debate topic and what I affirmed concerning creation, if our origins or historical science based on the Bible's account of origins is true, then there should be predictions from this that we can test using observational science.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
We
Take a
agree
drink
with
for that.
this.
Well,
Take a drink.
so
for
let's take a drink for that sort of thing. But again, this notion of historical science, right? That somehow historical science is different than observational science. You can observe things about the past, and you can perform experiments to help refine or help improve your understanding or help refute a model that you model about the past.
Yeah.
For instance, based on the Bible, we'd expect to find evidence confirming an intelligence produced life. We'd expect to find evidence confirming after their kind. The Bible says God made kinds of animals and plants after their kind, implying each kind produces its own.
Wait. I have a question for Dapper.
Go ahead.
What is a kind? What is a kind?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. So the only definition that has ever been given for a kind ultimately ends up being, well, it's some kind of clade that doesn't connect to other clades, which, yeah, but that's not the useful part that we're looking at as a definition. We need to have a way to distinguish objectively when two things aren't in the same quote-unquote kind anymore. And that's never given. I used to say a definition is never given, but that's not technically true. A useful definition is never given. So the best that creationists have ever done coming up with something like this is they will use this thing that they call baraminology. Baraminology is essentially using like 1950s level cladistics techniques from evolutionary biology, which is a little bit ironic. They're importing techniques used in evolutionary biology decades ago. And then trying to find out whether or not the taxa under consideration have clustering. But the problem is, and I've asked people who've done baraminology this directly. I've said, okay, why do you think clustering disconfirms common ancestry? How would you come to that conclusion without a full data set of all relevant taxa, which no one has? Because some taxa are extinct and have not left behind sufficient evidence for you to actually score them on this chart, if any evidence at all. And I've not actually had a response to that, because the problem is that in order for baraminology to work the way that creationists want it to work, you would have to have a full data set of every single organism that had lived that could reasonably fit into this category under consideration, but we don't on there. And also, once again, going back to the rocks were there, it also documents a number of baraminological studies where relevant taxa that were well described were excluded, and when you include them, it changes the conclusion of the baraminology study. So the whole idea of a kind is just a nonsense word, and it ultimately ends up coming down to, well, I kind of think of these things as the same kind of thing. So, for instance, creationists are often willing to say that all of frogs constitutes one kind. I don't know if you know, but there's a huge variety and diversity of frogs, right? Any two frogs could be as different as, like, you are from a deer. This is a huge group of animals. But on the other hand, they will take Bovidae, a single family of even-toed ungulates, and split them into, like, 3 kinds. They'll be like, okay, well, there's, like, the cattle, and, like, the gazelles, and then the sheep. And those are all different kinds. It's like, okay, so all the frogs can be one kind, but you're going to split up Bovidae into 3 because you kind of think of them differently?
Right? Yeah, it's obvious why, right? They know we interact and they interact themselves and have a better understanding of the differences between cattle and sheep than they do between how intricately frogs are diverse, because they don't have that kind of relationship or that kind of what's the word I'm looking for here? Intimate knowledge of frogs. It's the difference between a bullywug and a grung.
Yeah,
I know the difference between a bullywug and a grung.
I like, I like Mr. Sirius's notion about the
Yes.
about the song is kind of magic, which includes people that Ken might like, such as a really nice astrophysicist I know, and people that you consider to be evil because of who they choose to love, right? That's kind of a interesting little ironic thing. But I was also at a coffee shop overhearing a tragic situation of a young girl that was meeting with her pastor and pastor's wife, who was confused by what she was learning in school versus their church's stuff.
Yikes.
And so it was given, and this person was sort of preaching to this kid, but I'm glad to mention, because I wanted to tell you, Dapper, about the kid asked when they were reading the Genesis thing after their own, and said, the Genesis thing about after their own kind. And she says, what is a kind? Because she thought kind meaning nice animal, and says no, kind is, and the preacher said a kind was a animal on the ark, right? If God and Noah brought an animal in the ark, that was a kind.
So useless.
Okay,
perfect. Do you have an exhaustive list of these animals,
yes,
Pastor?
please.
And what's your citation for that?
And then I wonder about
he pulls out a kid's book that has 2 male lions in it.
Actually, recently, I think it was the ICR, they have their own pretend journal where they play act at doing science. Because, I mean, these are science LARPers, right?
Science LARPers?
They're doing science the same way that someone throwing a beanbag at you and saying lightning bolt is actually using magic. So, in their little pretend journal... Yes. In their little pretend LARP journal, they actually had an article published recently by a woman who was saying that actually it's not obvious from the text of the Bible that the kinds created in Genesis 1 are identical to the groups of animals taken on the ark, and because there may have been, or there almost certainly would have been, diversification between the Garden of Eden and the flood, that it might be possible that Noah took on multiple representatives of the created kind from Genesis in order to preserve the then created, or the then developed diversity. So, for instance, maybe Noah actually didn't bring on 2 canines if canid is the created kind. Maybe he needed to bring on a wolf and a fox and an African painted dog and a borophagine, bone crushing dog onto the ark separately. And Ken Ham is not very happy about this.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did Ken Ham feel about that? Probably banned.
Yeah. Ken Ham has been, actually AIG in the last few years has been spending more time and energy dunking on other Christians than they have either encouraging people to become Christians or just arguing about science as it is.
Fantastic. Color me unsurprised.
And by the way, I have to say that AIJ Journal, that I have a good friend who is part of the Australian Institute of Geoscientists that is pissed that AIG, if you look up AIG Journal, you'll get aigjournal.aig.org.au, right? And they get pissed about the LARPers of there. But Chesh, we have to have something. We have to do something with Dapper's wonderful thing about science LARPers and.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do about that, because that sounds like a meme and a half. Personally,
I love that thing, science LARPers.
Yeah.
Wow. Does that mean that they're like creationist furries as well?
Yeah, I mean not
kind
all
of,
furries
yeah,
LARP,
basically.
but yeah. All right, we got like a little bit more to get through here, so let's hit play.
Okay, sure.
One kind changes into another. You'd expect to find evidence confirming a global flood of Noah's day. Evidence confirming one race of humans, because we all go back to Adam and Eve. Biologically, that would mean there's one race. Evidence confirming the Tower of Babel, that God gave different languages. Evidence confirming a young universe.
Hold on, about
now, I
the Tower
can't
of
go through
Babel.
all of those.
There's literally no evidence supporting the Tower of Babel. So
What do you
the
mean?
Tower
The
of
fact
Babel
that there
idea,
are languages and multiples of them is evidence of the Tower of
Yeah.
Babel.
So tell me, Dapper,
it's
about the
not.
problem of the Tower of Babel versus what we know about linguistics. Tell me.
So
Just give us
there's a
brief
number.
overview.
There's a number of problems, both biological and linguistic. So from a biological standpoint, it is very, very firmly established that the epicenter of modern human diversity is in East Africa. It's basically centered around Ethiopia. And that means that that is the original location for the population of humanity. And it's not just that the genetic diversity is highest there. It also has the highest amount of linkage disequilibrium, which means the most amount of sort of shuffling in the chromosomes. And also, all non-African humans are a member of one group that is otherwise an African group. All non-African humans are part of a subset of humans that otherwise live in Africa. If the Tower of Babel story were correct, the location for this origin of human diversity would not be in Ethiopia. It would be somewhere in the Middle East, which is where the story is set. So there's that problem. Linguistically, we also do not find the most diverse languages and the languages with the most complicated history of borrowing back and forth, which indicates the longest period of actually having languages interacting in a location in the Middle East or anywhere else like that. Instead, Chesh, would you like to take a wild guess as to where the most linguistic diversity is found and the most evidence for long-term interaction between languages?
The Middle East.
But like continent scale.
Oh, continent scale.
Yeah, we're talking like Asia?
Not Europe.
Is it Europe?
No,
definitely
not Europe. Definitely not like the Americas. Definitely not Australia.
Correct.
So I would imagine it would have to be like somewhere in Asia.
It's actually in Africa, the same place where the most genetic diversity is.
That would make sense. Yeah, Africa. Yep. I actually kind of forgot about Africa, not gonna lie.
You're not the only one who forgets about Africa.
I would have guessed Africa as well, given the number of Africans
really bad at geography, guys. All right, I'm really bad at geography.
I mean, given the number of Africans I have had that have to have a translation to another African living in a village a very short distance away, right? The mix of language in Africa is quite amazing. By the way, I would not have guessed Antarctica because of the number of languages.
Yeah, also not a great guess.
Yes, but Africa would be my guess.
But there's also the fact that if all language families end up originating in the same place, there's this concept in linguistics, which I will almost certainly mispronounce because I don't speak the language from which it is derived, but it's roughly like Heimat. It basically is the place where the people who spoke the original language from which a language family descends were living. And you can, in some cases, infer where it is based on things like what types of plants and animals have words in this proto-language that go all the way back to the proto-language, right? So, for instance, Indo-European words don't have a single word for tiger. They all get their word for tiger from various borrowings from other languages, which means that the speakers of Proto-Indo-European probably lived someplace that didn't have tigers. But they have words for things like deer, bear, horse, things like this, right? So they probably did live in a place that had these things. And when you actually investigate the locations where these proto-languages were spoken, they do not converge on the Middle East. Instead, they converge in places like the Black Sea, North Africa, the Himalayan steppes, places like this, right? Or the Yangtze River Valley is probably where like the Sino-Tibetan languages started out. So that's one of the things. All of this contradicts the idea of the Tower of Babel being the epicenter for human diversity in both biology and linguistics. And also, while linguistics and biology don't...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, linguistics and biology don't have to align one-to-one, right? You can tell that if you live in some place like Canada or the United States or Australia, which has huge immigrant populations from all over the world, those people manage to, speak English just fine after like a generation or two. However, historically, most people tended to stay with people who spoke the same language and be related to them. And you can actually trace the genetics that are associated, at least historically, with certain language groups. So, for instance, there are genetic markers that are associated with cultures that spoke Semitic languages. And these markers also center in different places, not all going back to the Middle East. So every part of this doesn't actually line up.
And there's lots of things in language evolution that also, have evidence in historical records. For example, the Romans Roman Empire did a lot of moving people around, right? Because they found that the best way to dominate a place is not to depend upon the people that live there, but to take people from some other place that might not be high in the social status, bring them to another area and make them the overseers. And the result, you had this wonderful mixing of languages happen around Roman Empire, as well as you can also see the genetic records. Well, you can see it all fits into the genetics, the history, the languages all sort of show up there. And so when you study some of the languages, like, for example, the history of Celtic languages, is a really good way of looking at migrations and catastrophes and wars and other sorts of things, as well as a fantastic set of really fun languages, right? The language that you find in Wales or in Ireland or places in Scotland and so forth. Fun stuff to look at those origins of those languages. And so it doesn't sit there and say they just all of a sudden decided to speak Welsh because God said these people are building too high of a tower and are going to end up doing something.
Well, I will say most creationists who actually bother to go into the details of how they think this works will say that the modern languages were not what was created at the Tower of Babel. They'll usually say things like, the languages created at the Tower of Babel are probably like what we would identify as the proto-languages of various modern language families. So they say things like
Latin,
Proto-Afro-Asiatic, not Latin, no, that's way too far ahead. We'll say things like Proto-Afro-Asiatic, Proto-Indo-European, Proto-Sino-Tibetan, Proto-Uralic. These were languages that were created at Babel. And then they, from there, developed. Because most creationists recognize that languages, in fact, do evolve and change over time. And that, you could go and look at, like, Beowulf. And clearly, Beowulf is not modern English.
No.
Even people have trouble with Shakespeare, and it's not even that old.
Yeah.
It's a fun language. Past so forth are really quite an important part of history and really important in the science area, as well as giving you notion of the historical record. Like, for example, the fact that that Welsh is a recognized minority language in Argentina. That fact alone will tell you a lot of, and it is in fact in the Chabat province. It's an official recognized minority language, and in fact, Argentina has minority languages and protects those things. But also the notion of why you find German and Italian being spoken in Argentina as well as stuff, and why you find Canadians in the southern province of Chile has something to do with prohibition in the U.S. All these things that are really the history of languages can show you of both migration events as well as historical events and sometimes cataclysmic cultural events that occur.
All right, I think we're almost through Ken Ham here. We'll try to get to the end of this.
Sorry.
You guys have too much information to share with the world. Stop it.
But a couple of them
brought on
we'll
the
look at
Galaxy
briefly.
Brains. It's your fault.
By the way, I have no
evidence
disagreement with his list of if creationist view is correct, those things there should be evidence, right? I don't have any.
Yeah, no, he's right. There should be.
Drink
and
for
so I would drink
something.
Here's the spoiler when it comes to creationist predictions. Whenever creationist predictions are at odds with standard scientific thinking and testable, they've always failed. The only creationist predictions that have ever actually been confirmed are the ones that aren't different from the standard model.
How do they rationalize that then? What is the
they just pretend that they haven't failed. They tend to
or
just
that
lie.
It's wrong science, or it's Darwinism, or
I mean, usually it's just straight up lying. Like I think one of the most prominent examples in the last few years has been Nathaniel Jeanson's work on his book Traced, which had already been falsified before it actually came out. And his response to this was just, no, it hasn't.
I brought on the Galaxy Brains.
He's been presented with things like, hey, this, according to your techniques, this Y chromosome haplogroup doesn't enter Europe until the 1400s. But here's an Ice Age femur from a human in Italy with that haplogroup. So, what gives? hasn't responded. It's been pointed out to him that, hey, if you include Neanderthals in your study, it throws off all your dating, and it no longer leads to a 4,400 year ago flood. Instead, it requires the flood to have been longer ago than you think the Earth has been around. And he says, oh, well, I don't like those DNA results. And when asked, like, what criticisms do you think there are, he says, well, they're degraded. Well, the problem is, if they were degraded, then we couldn't resolve a phylogenetic tree for Neanderthals, but we can. So they cannot be so degraded as to be useless, because if they were, we could tell, and they're not. And he doesn't have a response to this. Or it'll be pointed out that he's mixing up basic things in biology, like phylogenies versus genealogies. And he just, no, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Just flat out denial.
No.
It's not even an attempt to engage. It's just lies and denial. That's all they end up doing.
Yikes.
And yeah, I needed an opportunity to dunk on Jensen, because that guy is a little bitch, and he deserves every little bit of squirmy that he does because of how obvious it is. In fact, he's such a little bitch that even the other creationists at AIG, even the other geneticists at AIG, Georgia Purdom, has nothing good to say about Traced. She's not dunking on it, right? But she's just shut up. She's like, nope, I got nothing to say.
Wow.
And for further details, I
drama.
refer you to Dapper Dino's channel, because I believe he's used the little bitch thing and he's not saying it just to be hyperbolic. I mean, he really does. Dapper does demonstrate this guy's.
Also, check out the channel Creation Myths from Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal.
Dr. Dan.
He recently released a video going over Jensen's quote response to critics, in which he spent most of the time not responding to critics. And then when he got to the response time, the only critic he responded to was, in fact, Dr. Dan. He ignored criticisms from both the creationists as well as other scientists, like Herman Mays, I think, was one of them. Anyway, his one gotcha was Dr. Dan cited a textbook. It's like, yeah, that's because that's where he got the figure that he put on his slide from. He got it from. So he cited the textbook he got it from. Yeah. He wasn't citing the textbook as support for the argument. He was supporting he was citing actual papers that demonstrated that he's demonstrably correct. The data is on Dan's side. And Jensen's response was, yeah, but you cited a textbook. And here's the great thing. Jensen's video also cited a textbook.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. But
so when I say Jensen is a little bitch, I really mean Jensen is a little bitch.
And Dapper has the data to do it. So again, see his channel. By the way, Dapper, I sent to you via Discord two things regarding the Shawnee province and the Welsh and the history of that stuff.
Thank you. That's really interesting.
Because I went into the area and started hearing people speaking Welsh, and I thought,
that must have been a surprise.
But then they're like, no, they're natives, and then I realized and then learned about stuff. So
that's really cool. I'm going to take a look at that later. Thank you.
Okay.
Museum. We have a display featuring replicas, actually, of Darwin's finches. They're called Darwin's finches. Darwin collected finches from the Galapagos and took them back to England, and we see the different species, the different beak sizes here. And from the specimens that Darwin obtained in the Galapagos, he actually pondered these things, and how do you explain this? And in his notes, actually, he came up with this diagram here, a tree. And he actually said, I think. So he was talking about different species, and maybe those species came from some common ancestor. Actually, when it comes to finches, we actually would agree as creationists that different finch species came from a common ancestor.
Okay, hold on, pause a second.
Is what they would have to come from.
Please go ahead.
In the last few days, AIG actually put out a poll, I believe, on their Facebook page, asking about whether or not species can change. Now, remember, the AIG response to this question is yes, species can change. They can adapt to different environments, and as a result, they will be morphologically different from their ancestors.
Okay.
The majority of respondents said no. So while Ken Ham might actually agree that these finches have common ancestry and that species can change and there can be adaptive radiations, apparently that isn't actually getting that idea through to his audience. And that is something that if you want to see more about, I would recommend checking out the most recent This Week in Creationism on Joel Duff's channel, because he did a whole section on this in that video. And yeah, there were even comments in there with people saying, oh, if you think that species can change, you got to start reading more Answers in Genesis stuff, because they're totally destroying that whole idea. And it's like, no. I don't know what it is about Ken Ham's organization and why it's so bad at expressing its own ideas to its own audience. But for some reason, the majority of AIG fans, at least the ones on Facebook who are willing to respond to a poll, aren't even right about Ken Ham's own positions.
So tell me more about the Darwin finches not being finches. What are they?
Oh, so they belong to a different family, the tanagers. They're basically New World birds that have the same niche as Old World finches, and so they're morphologically similar. So
and are they dinosaurs?
Yes, they are definitely dinosaurs. Yeah.
How is that possible? Because I thought dinosaurs. Well, anyway, yes.
Well, it's interesting because actually that's another thing that Ken Ham is on about a lot, is how dinosaurs or birds are totally not dinosaurs. But actually, in what I find one of the more amusing responses to Ken Ham and his organization that's ever happened, actually, the young Earth creationist Peter, who runs the channel Paleologos, and who, by the way, is like a freshman in his undergrad degree. Like, this is not, some guy who's been doing this for years and years and years. This is a kid. His response was perfect, because he just wrote the same article again. Oh, nice, vodka lemonade. Except instead of saying that birds aren't dinosaurs, strawberry. Instead of saying that birds aren't dinosaurs, he went with whales aren't mammals, and he used the exact same arguments that they used to say that birds aren't dinosaurs, because that's the thing.
That's funny.
All their arguments about birds not being dinosaurs just come down to birds are unique, to which, the response is yes.
Yes.
Therefore, they're not dinosaurs, to which the response is no, that's not how it works. Every member of a higher group is unique. That's what it means to be a group within the higher level taxon, right? Humans are unique among apes. Apes are unique among monkeys. Monkeys are unique among primates. Primates are unique among euarchontoglires. All through the chain. Everyone's unique. That's why you put them in a smaller group within the bigger one. That's the whole point.
But you're not saying that Ken Ham is a monkey?
Oh, I'm absolutely saying that Ken Ham is a monkey.
I'll say Ken Ham is a monkey. That might be for different reasons.
Humans are monkeys.
Yes.
If you look at the definition of what a monkey is, you will find that humans meet every single one of the criteria.
How's that?
But that, of course, there's a speciesism stuff where people can't have to be sort of unique thing, right? Because they are given salvation.
You're a monkey.
Look, here's the thing: humans are a unique thing, but they're unique among other members that share commonalities that do not make humans unique.
Of being among monkeys, right? And so yes, right. That's true. And of course, humans do throw poop at each other. Just look at Twitter.
It's true.
This is true.
See,
or not.
Darwin wasn't just thinking about species. Darwin had a much bigger picture in mind. When you look at the origin of species and
how does he know? Was he there?
Read that book, you'll find he made this statement: from such low and intermediate form, both animals and plants may have been developed, and if we admit this, we must likewise admit that all organic beings which have ever lived on this earth may be descended from some one primordial form. So
not only was he not there, but he also could not read Darwin's mind. Thank you. Okay.
He had in mind what we...
I do actually agree with Ken Ham that this is what Darwin was ultimately trying to argue for, was at least the possibility of universal common ancestry.
Yeah, but Ken Ham can't say he knows that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Ken Ham's own evidentiary standards, he probably shouldn't be able to say this, unless it's in the Bible.
Right. I don't think the Bible has Darwin in it.
It doesn't. It turns out that the Bible was the latest book written in the Bible was finished long before Darwin came about.
We know as an evolutionary tree of life, that all life has arisen from some primordial form. Now, when you consider the classification system, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, we would say, as creationists, and we have many creation scientists...
Is that the correct order?
Yeah, it is. I don't know why he has 3 of them labeled with actual examples and the other ones aren't, but whatever.
Research this, and for lots of reasons, I would say the kind in Genesis 1 really is more at the family level of classification. For instance, there's one dog kind, there's one cat kind. Even though
So
I guess we can give
so
him
question,
like
Dapper.
credit for attempting to actually qualify the term kind.
There's a problem with it,
so-
but I want to hear the.
Yeah.
So what is my question is what is a family? How do they decide what a family is?
A family is a group of similar genera. And a genera,
Being
a genus,
how similar? Yeah.
it's arbitrary.
Yes.
It's completely arbitrary.
Okay.
There's no objective criterion to say that these genera are similar enough to be in a family, and these other genera that are also similar should instead be in the same superfamily instead of the same family. There's literally no objective criteria to put the ranks at particular spots. You could say just as easily that instead of Canidae being broken up into Borophaginae and Caninae, the Borophagines being now extinct but more robust and less swift animals than the canines, there's no reason to say that instead we'll have Canidae being just the canines and we'll have Borophagidae, and then there will be a superfamily that combines the Borophagids and the canids. Those are both equally valid. Now, it just so happens that the way that these things have been defined, you don't get to go back and just change their definition arbitrarily. So once a definition for a group is made, it tends to be pretty stable, and just exactly who's a member can change. But like once Canidae is established as the family, that's unlikely to change. But establishing it at the level that you established at is completely arbitrary.
So in other words, you'd have to essentially memorize things, right?
Yeah,
You'd have to, if you understand who is in what family, it's a matter of rote memorization as opposed to there's a test, blah blah blah, right?
Yeah. So like nice. If we look at this at the slide that he put up, is there a way to get back to that, Chesh?
Oh, yep.
class, order, family, genus, species. We would say, as creationists, and we have many creation scientists who've researched this, and for lots of
Okay, right. So we have Felidae and Canidae, and we also
reasons, I would say.
Want me to zoom it in for you guys?
If you take a look,
Okay.
this tree that you see is reasonably accurate if you're only considering Felidae, Canidae, and for some reason Proboscidea, which is, by the way, not a family. It's actually labeled as the order. I don't know why an order gets to be a kind. But above this, right, above Canidae and above Felidae, you also have other groups coming off, right? Like Canidae is part of a larger group of Caniformes, right, which also includes things like Procyonidae, the raccoons and their relatives, Ursidae, the bears, Pinnipedidae, the seals and sea lions and whatnot, right? And then on the other side, over with the cats, you have Feliformia, which includes things like Viveridae. Those aren't things most people know about. So, but also like Hyenidae, the hyenas. It also includes a bunch of other things. Like there's a lot of like mongoose. Those are feliforms, right? There's a whole bunch of things. Meerkats are actually not cats, but they're in Feliformia. But then above that, you get to Carnivora. Yeah, but you get to Carnivora. But then there's also Carnivoromorpha, which includes things from the fossil record that are more similar to carnivorans than they are to anything else, but don't technically have all the requirements to be a carnivoran, which involves various like details of like inner ear morphology and stuff. It's kind of complicated. But the tree, the shape of this tree, isn't any different if you go above the family kind. The families as your kinds, right? There's no reason to say that this is where we're going to cut it off, because
the kind in Genesis 1 really is more at the family level of classification.
Does this mean that Dapper, that in phylogeny journals, people argue about family membership and whether something is broken up or not? Does it mean are there debates, scientific debates about this sort of thing, or is it just like we just run with it?
There are debates about who exactly.
Niche ones.
Basically, there are debates about what shape the tree should take. There are some people who say, I think this species actually belongs in this other group, right? And here's my evidence. But in terms of where we should put the labels for family or order, no one really cares because everyone knows they're arbitrary.
Right.
So, for instance, Proboscidea is a group of animals that all share common ancestry. So the question is, is a particular form part of Proboscidea, but no one really cares if you say it's an order or if you're like, I think we should actually call it a superorder. Like, okay, we're not going to, but like, why? Who cares? It's not very important. You cannot compare these levels across different groups. Like, there's no way to say that like the beetle family Carabidae, the lizard family Varanidae, and the mammal family Canidae are the same kind of thing, other than they're all clades. But you can't say that they're the same kind of group.
I can't argue with the notion that Preacher said of the kid was that if they were on the ark, it was a kind.
Sure, but that requires you to then tell me how you know what was on the ark.
And how are you differentiating each of the things that was on the ark?
Yes. And where do bacteria show up and where do fishes show up?
And also, even if we say that that's the kind, it actually doesn't negate the idea of potential pre-flood common ancestry, right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't really help. And also, one of the things to point out is that going forward, if you notice how this tree has branching, right? So, for instance, under Canis, there's multiple species. Well, if you go forward in time through evolution, all that happens is new branches happen downstream in the down direction on this chart.
It doesn't go the other way, right?
So the idea that you could get something that changes kind, well, if you decided that the Canidae is a kind, no amount of branching within Canidae is ever going to take an organism outside of Canidae. That's not how evolution works. So the whole idea of kinds being at the family level doesn't even mean anything, because family doesn't mean anything. But further, the idea that you should expect that evolution will take you from one of these supposed kinds into another is also nonsensical, because that's not what branching does. Branching always leaves the previous branches in place. Yeah. So everything about this is just complete nonsense.
So does that mean that when you talk about the question about, the relationship between elephants and pine trees, that you have to go up far enough in the tree to
Yeah, where you need to go is basically eukaryota.
Yes.
But
and at that
pine
point,
trees and elephants are both eukaryotes billions of years ago.
Yes. And
you're back probably a good
1.5,
2 billion years or so. It's probably roughly where you are. And that's roughly what I'm remembering. Take that number with a big grain of salt. But it's definitely in the billions and not the hundreds of millions.
All right. Let's see if we can finish Ken.
For instance, there's one dog kind, there's one cat kind, even though you have different genera, different species. That would mean, by the way, you didn't need anywhere near the number of animals on the ark as people think. You wouldn't need all the species of dogs, just 2. Not all the species of cats, just 2. And you see, based on
wait a minute, wait.
account
I have a question.
Does he mean
so
2
like
species or 2 cats?
You just need 2 cats, and that's your kind. But how do you go from the ark thing that they said about 4,000 plus years ago to all of the cats? How do you go from...
The answer is actually evolution. They use standard evolutionary models to explain this. It's just that they just have it happen way faster than is reasonable.
Way fast, yeah. They crunch the time.
Wow.
Wow.
There in Genesis
Also,
1, creationists have drawn up with...
It doesn't matter. What? Just keep playing. What I was going to point out actually is not really a mistake, because I just realized that the thing I was going to point out only became a mistake in the last few years. So
he wouldn't have known. That's fair. We're not going to...
Actually,
is this one of these...
Yeah.
Is this one of these
basically,
flood
there's been a change. This is their flood idea, where there's some pre-flood diversification, but then only one group ends up going past the flood, and now it re-diversifies.
It seems to me like those are just lines on paper.
Well, technically, that's a Kent Hovind argument. Ken Ham doesn't make it. So.
Yeah, but I'm making it. I'm saying right now that just looks like lines on paper, because there's literally nothing actually defined on this paper.
So are they saying that like the Cambrian explosion was somehow after the floodwaters receded, that everything went hog wild and diversified and that sort of thing?
So they think that the Cambrian represents a set of ecosystems that existed at certain locations in the ocean, and that those were some of the earliest things to be buried under the flood. This doesn't work for a number of reasons, but I don't think I want to get into it unless Ken Ham gets more into it.
That's fair.
Okay.
They believe is a creation orchard. In other words, they're saying, look, There's great variation in the genetics of dogs and finches and so on. And so over time, particularly after Noah's flood, you'd expect, if there were 2 dogs, for instance, you could end up with different species of dogs, because there's an incredible amount of variability in the genes of any creature. And so...
No, there's not. There's mutation that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I think
so one of the problems...
mutations with that, the mutation was something that already existed, and it's just reshuffling around.
Right. So one of the problems that Creationist runs into is Ken Ham has this idea, and he didn't come up with it, but his if AIG has an official position, I can reasonably attribute it to Ken Ham, I think, because it's his organization.
Fair. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair.
So Ken Ham has this idea of created heterozygosity. So that's a little technical. What heterozygosity, which you might remember from like high school biology, means you internally have 2 sets of chromosomes. Right, so your chromosome 1, you have 2 of those. You have 2 sets of chromosome 1. One came from one parent, the other came from the other parent. Mm-hmm. The only exception to this is some humans, and we're not talking about unusual chromosome configurations, which are usually pathological. We're just talking the stock standard. You got, you got 46 chromosomes, 2 pairs of 23 each. The only big exception is that about half the population has an X and a Y chromosome, which are not directly comparable. And the other half has X and X,
right,
which are directly comparable. Mm-hmm. These are called the sex chromosomes because most of the time, the vast majority of the case, it determines which biological sex you're going to end up in. Mm-hmm. Again, there are exceptions because biology is messy. But, so heterozygosity is when the versions of a gene on either of your 2 chromosomes is different. So these varieties are called alleles. So you have different alleles for the same gene on your 2 different chromosomes. That's heterozygosity. So the idea of created heterozygosity is that when God created the kinds, he put in maximal genetic diversity into them so that they had as much heterozygosity as they could have within that population. The problem is that once you get 2 animals onto the ark, you cut down the number of alleles to 4. And so Ken Ham also has this idea that the way that species come about is only by losing genetic diversity. So they go from being more heterozygous to more homozygous, which means he doesn't get to add new alleles, at least not ones that aren't pathological, because he does accept that negative mutations can happen, right?
Right.
Which means we can just check, do the groups he's calling a kind have 4 or fewer non-pathological alleles per locus, which is just the spot on the chromosome.
Can I pause you just?
And the answer is yes.
Just before you go into explaining why this is yes and how that goes in, I think this is a whole lot of what Ken Ham and his audience don't understand.
Absolutely.
These sweeping bullshit statements that he made are not just measurable and testable. They have answers that have already been addressed and talked about in science for decades. He's just positing these questions as if they have no answer, when they very much do. It just takes a little bit of extra work and a little bit of extra jargon understanding to be able to identify. Sorry, please continue, Dapper.
Yeah, so the thing is, we have now sequenced enough genomes of enough organisms to say definitively that in all of these cases that we've tested, there is more genetic diversity than can be accounted for by created heterozygosity followed by an increase in homozygosity post-flood. It doesn't work. The model is mathematically precluded by like sophomore level biology. And by sophomore level, I mean like in your undergrad, like you're getting a bachelor's degree in biology. By the time you're a sophomore, you can know for certain why this model doesn't work.
We actually talked about this a little bit in my grade 10 science class. My grade 10 science class had a unit on evolution and talked about whether or not, like, different types of, like, it did talk about macro versus micro and what the differences were. It talked about alleles. It talked about different, like, pressures from, like, naturalistic pressures. And my teacher is a creation, like a God-fearing, born-again Christian. I do not know if that man was still alive, but he was lovely. He retired the next year.
The majority of Christians are not young Earth creationists, and I think that because of how loud and vocal young Earth creationists are, it creates an impression that Christians, by and large, are just science-denying nincompoops, and that is not the case.
Yes. And I want to say as well, that thing about the coffee shop and the poor kid being preached to by the pastor and wife. It turned out this person's process was interrupted by another pastor. Basically, stood up and said, "You're being a jerk. Stop." Because she would ask a question. They would then loudly pray about it and then go and talk about Genesis verses and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And it was another pastor who stood up and basically said, "Stop being a jerk." And
it's not like there aren't
stop.
Christians that will police other Christians about like whether or not their behavior is acceptable. My stepsister didn't hear, like, she asked me at like family Thanksgiving, and I have a relatively religious family, even more so at the time. I don't know how much
Canadian Thanksgiving, by the way.
Canadian Thanksgiving,
real
yeah, specifically, not real Thanksgiving. Canadian Thanksgiving.
Sorry. Trademark Canada.
Trademark Canada, drink for Landon. She asked me, she must have been in grade 11 or 12. She was like near the end of high school. That she just straight up in the middle of family dinner with all of the religious people. So what actually is evolution? And I was sipping wine and I spat it back in my glass. I was oh no. I'm sorry, what grade are you in? You haven't heard about this yet? And you want to know why she hadn't heard about it yet? Because she was going to a private Christian school.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and that's a sad thing. And or some form of homeschool where the homeschool is bent by parents who religiously indoctrinate.
My favorite was her stepbrother. Man, do I have stories? Another day. Remind me another day. I will tell you stories.
And also, I also because someone asked me in side thing. Again, if you're religious, I have no problem with that, right? And if you find religion and stuff to be of comfort to you, more power to you. I'm not anti-religious.
He's just anti-Ken Ham.
I certainly don't think that Kent or Ken or any of those other K people do society a service as well as their religion a service. Sorry, I broke.
So you'd expect these different species up here, but there's limits. Dogs will always be dogs. Finches will always be finches. Now, as a creationist, I maintain that observational science actually confirms this model based on the Bible. For instance,
it doesn't.
Take dogs. Okay, in a scientific paper dated January 2014, that's this year, scientists working at the university.
That's a fennec fox.
Yes, it is.
Is the fennec fox part of dogs, and is that a bear on the far left?
No, that is actually... So that is a South American short-faced dog.
I also see a coyote, and is that a spotted
So
Australian?
by dog, Ken Ham usually means canid.
There's
so
definitely
anything that's in the
Arctic...
family Canidae.
Okay, because that's
kind.
definitely...
He's dog kind.
Because that's definitely an Arctic fox in the middle right, far right. Okay.
Yeah, so
California,
he's saying Canidae.
Got it.
Stated this: we provide several lines of evidence supporting a single origin for dogs and disfavoring alternative models in which dog lineages arise separately from geographically distinct wolf populations. And they put this diagram in the paper. By the way, that diagram is very, very similar to this diagram that creationists proposed based upon the creation.
I said short-faced dog. It's short-eared dog. I was mixing up the short-faced bears and the short-faced dog. Sorry about that. Short-eared dog. It is a South American animal. It is a canid. There you go.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that as well. Breaking the record. But is there a reason why that's upside down?
So you can draw charts like that any direction you want. There's no one correct direction.
Isn't the text...
Yeah, he means the text is upside down.
So the reason for this is he wants this diagram that he found in a paper to match his diagram that he made earlier with the canid kind. Yeah, so that's why he's flipped it upside down. Yep.
Okay.
I would have had enough faith in my audience to think that they could imagine that you could arrange a diagram in different spatial directions. But maybe Ken Ham doesn't think as highly of his audience as I think of as, my audience.
Well, if he knew he was going to put this forward, he could have easily just flipped his own diagram the other direction.
Yeah.
But then the dog would be upside down.
No. Yeah. Because I'm saying he could make his diagrams in that direction because he knew this was coming up.
He doesn't have that kind of talent, Chesh.
Bro! I mean, hire me, Ken Ham. Let me help you with your graphics.
That PowerPoint thing, you could fix that if you wanted to, but
pay me.
No.
Pay me, I'll do it.
And I mentioned the previous thing. Yes, you could pay Chesh to give you better graphics, and perhaps as you go through your thing, you don't have to repeat the same slide. You can use variations of the same slide because you can have someone like Chesh give you artwork that
hashtag hire Chesh.
Yeah.
Yes. But also I meant to mention also when we're talking about canine stuff. Much like Dapper might react
for Ken Ham in a second. Sorry.
Much like Dapper might have certain reactions to certain tunicates, I have reactions to hyenas.
Really? What did the hyenas
do? In part
do?
because I have. Have you ever seen hyenas in action?
Yes, not in person.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not talking about no historical science here. I'm talking about direct observational science.
Not in person.
But that's nature. Nature's rough. Nature isn't kind or nice.
Yeah, but to be fair, their gums stick out a bunch and their teeth just come way forward at like an alien from Aliens versus Predator
and their breath is particularly. I mean, the breath of.
And they're venomous because the amount
of
garbage in their
mouth
is gonna behave like acid.
They're not venomous. Yes. That's just slanderous.
I also I do follow a Twitter account that is hyenas every hour, and they are pretty cute. There's attempts to domesticate them, and they're
I understand that there are tunicates that can look cute too, but doesn't mean you have to like them.
Landon, can we get at least an exception for the aardwolf?
Okay, sure. Yes.
Okay, at least we have an exception for the aardwolf.
We've reached an agreement. Yes. We've reached an accord.
Count in Genesis.
But Savannah things that you have to. Yeah, go ahead.
Common dog ancestor that gives rise to the different species of dogs, and that's exactly what we're saying here. Now, in the Creation Museum, we actually show the finches here, and you can see the finches with their different beaks beside dog skulls, different species of dogs. By the way, there's more variation in the dog skulls here than there are in these finches. Yet the dogs, well, that's never used as an example of evolution, but
wait a minute, he asked.
First, it is used as an example of evolution. Oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead. Chesh? Sorry.
I didn't say anything. I just
okay, never mind that. First, it is an example of evolution, but here's the other thing. Ken Ham is continuing to do this to this day, in recent blog posts and tweets and Facebook posts, because, he's a big boomer, so he's posting a lot of stuff on Facebook. He will use...
Big boomer.
Am I wrong?
Big boomer with those K names, those K people.
Anyway...
I must say, I continue to be proud of the fact that the creator of Facebook gives me the finger every time he sees me.
Oh, that makes me so happy. I wish I was that important.
I just lost my train of thought. Oh, right. So the morphological difference between dogs is considerable. But when you take a look at the genetic variation within dogs, you find that dogs are basically clones of each other. They have extremely low amount of genetic variation. Whereas if you check smaller canids with smaller population than a domestic dog, right? If you just check coyotes or wild wolves, you will find considerably more genetic variation, and you will see more genetic difference between a wolf and a coyote by a huge portion amount than you do between any two dogs. The problem is that the mutations that in dogs create considerable morphological difference are fairly few and fairly minor in terms of the actual genetic sequence. But this is a well-known phenomenon, that relatively minor and few changes can cause considerable change in adult morphology of an animal. But the question is, okay, but can you account for the genetic diversity the same way? And the answer is no. We've done the math. It doesn't work. So I'm glad that Ken Ham accepts that you can change morphology through descent, because it's true, but it doesn't help him in any way.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a whole lot of just kind of stuff that Ken Ham says that either mathematically doesn't work or is just irrelevant at the end of the day. Like it's a non sequitur, it's irrelevant to the point.
Yeah, it really is.
Alright, let's hit play for a minute. Let's see how far we can get while Landon's gone.
Finches
Shit,
are,
he's back.
particularly in the public school textbooks. Students are taught, see the changes that are occurring here? And here's another problem that we've got. Not only has the word science been hijacked by
we're just focusing on the slide
secularists,
again.
I believe the word evolution has been hijacked by secularists. The word evolution has been hijacked using what I call a bait and switch.
You mean like people like you tend to do with the word faith? Throw in the
or
shade.
Kind, or other sort of thing.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things. Like, he's on word 2 that he thinks that secularists are hijacking.
Yes. Evil dictionary modifiers.
I feel like I'm gonna have to have like an entire separate discussion at some point at another time and place to have a discussion about like words are used differently in different places. And that's okay. It doesn't mean anybody's hijacking nor ruining a word or a concept. It just means that within this context, that word means something different, or that concept is slightly different. The term theory, the term faith, the term believe, because that one's a big thing that people get in a fight about. They'll be like, "Nah, I don't believe in anything," and it's just like, yes, you do. You just have some PTSD over your religious upbringing. It's okay.
Yeah, usually.
And answer the question, it was Humpty Dumpty who said, when I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said, with around a scornful tone, it means what it chooses to mean, neither more nor less.
There you go.
And of course, Alice said, but the question is whether or not you can.
Let me explain to you.
We can make words mean many different things, and Humpty Dumpty responds. The question is, who is the master?
Evolution of modern dance, for instance. You got it.
The word evolution
of
is being used in public school textbooks, and we often see it in documentaries and so on. It's used for observable changes that we would agree with, and then used for unobservable changes, such as molecules to man. Let me explain to you what's really going on, because I was a science teacher in the public.
Going from molecules that are not alive to life is abiogenesis. It's not evolution. There are some commonalities, like selection is a thing in both instances, but it's not the same process. That's the actual bait and switch, is when creationists will take almost all of science that they don't like and lump it under the name of evolution. It's why when you have a conversation with a creationist, which I do from time to time, and they say, well, let's have a talk about evolution. And then they'll immediately bring up things like, well, how do you get homochiral solutions of amino acids abiotically? I'm like, dude, that's not evolution. If you want to talk about evolution, then we'll talk about that. If you want to talk about abiogenesis and the homochirality problem, start off with that. But the problem is they don't know those words. They just think that all of the science that tells them they're wrong is just what they kind of call evolution.
Yeah, it's all they just lump all of it into one thing. It's the same problem or the same thing that they do with frogs. They don't know enough about frogs to be able to identify how different they are between each type of frog depending on where you live in the world, whether it be a bullfrog or a flat frog or a poisonous frog that you find in jungles. And they don't identify those things or go out of their way to identify those things, but they do when it comes to sheep or cows.
And it's hard. It's hard to see, like in astronomy,
it's a
we talk
matter
about
of
how
basic experience. It's a very narrow view about what the difference is between creatures.
Yeah. And unfortunately, evolution has been co-opted by the creationists like Ken Ham. Because we talk about evolution of galaxies. That's an important process of how galaxies appear to have early in the universe change in behavior. And then when we find that in fact, spoiler alert, one of the biggest problems in astronomy and cosmology today is how actually galaxies evolve. And one of the fundamental things that James Webb Telescope is trying to do is to collect data for us to have a better understanding. Because right now we have models. We in some ways, as Ken Ham says, we weren't there, but we are here now. And fortunately, due to speed of light, we can see back then in our now what's happening, and we're learning some things that are quite surprising. We're learning some things that galaxy evolution is not quite what we thought, and we're excited about learning.
But I mean, he just oversimplifies it. Like, look at his specification versus Darwin evolution, and look at how simplified his version is comparatively to how all the tiny little branches are, right?
Yeah. And it's sad because again, there are a lot of religious people, a lot of Christians that put a lot of faith in the Bible, that don't do a Ken Ham apologetics on this particular view of Genesis, and can do just fine, right? Now, I think you can argue in non-young Earth creationists about the notion of creationism versus non-creationism. I think that's an interesting discussion to have. But with Ken Ham, it's particularly nasty in some ways because of Ken Ham's behavior.
Oh, yeah.
Public schools, and I know what the students were taught, and I check the public school textbooks anyway to know what they're taught. See, students are taught today, look.
But to specify, he's talking about the public school textbooks between the ages of grade 9 to grade 12, maybe 13, depending on what he's looking at or when he's looking at. He is not talking about university. And I'm pretty sure most teachers, when they're teaching, will say, hey, listen, I'm going to teach you this. It's not entirely correct, but I'm going to teach you this, and then you're going to learn out later how this is wrong and more nuanced in this direction. And that's not a misnomer. That's not lying to students. That's just giving them the fundamentals and the foundation to help them learn and understand in the future. Is that necessarily the best method for every student? No. But it is currently a method that is popularized.
Yeah,
but it's not malicious.
I think so. And one of the things that Ken Ham is doing much more recently is he is he's branched out into sort of attacking education and culture wars and that sort of thing, because he's found that to be a really good way of attracting followers to help his bag of
help him make money
appendages group to continue to exist, right? But it is a case idea that his attack on education is part to booster his group and part to help rationalize his wasting, I think, a lot of his life
and taxpayer monies
on an interpretation of Genesis, which is a sad thing.
There's all these different animals.
Technically, by the way, Ken Ham has not received taxpayer money. He has received tax breaks, which is different from being handed money from taxpayers. There is a difference. I don't think he should have received the tax breaks. But here's the thing, right? If he hadn't received the tax breaks, he wouldn't have done the activity. So it's not like he took money that was otherwise going to be somewhere in the government and taken it.
Except for all of the numbers that he doesn't demonstrate to try to purposefully keep his group in the red so they don't have to ever pay those taxes back or those breaks that they got that they're supposed to be paying back, and that he sold his company for $1 to himself so that way he could avoid tax. That I
am not saying that Ken Ham is an honest actor or that he's not trying to game the system as much as possible, but it is not the case that he has ever actually received government funds to do any of his activities. And there is a distinction to be made there.
I'll agree with that.
But
he has not received money. He's just not paying taxes when he should, and it's the people around him that their tax money ends up being used to bail his shit out when there's too much water in the area around his ark.
I agree.
He is actually paying taxes for services like fire and emergency services.
Yes.
There is an additional tax that is added onto the ticket sales that he sells. That is directly going to fund emergency services that are used for the Ark. So he is actually paying the taxes for those services.
I'm not saying he's not paying taxes for those services. I'm saying that there has been a whole ton of questionable bullshit around the selling and movement of his company that means that he doesn't have to pay money nor taxes to the locale, like where
not quite.
The Ark is located.
That was why he tried to do the wholesale thing.
Oh, did he
get busted? But then he was informed. Well, he didn't get busted. He was informed that if he did that, if he transferred to the nonprofit side of his organization, that he would no longer be eligible for the tax breaks because the tax breaks were specifically for a for-profit tourist attraction. And if that's not what it was, then he would no longer get those tax breaks. So he transferred it back, and now he is still receiving the previous tax breaks in order to get a tourist attraction off the ground.
Okay, so he tried.
But he's also But he's also paying additional taxes for safety for the Ark to pay for emergency services.
The last thing that I had seen. Now, again, this was a little while ago, so maybe it's been updated since then. The last thing that I had seen was that the Ark was causing a whole lot of additional stress on the locals, on both their tax dollars and them just existing. Is that still the case, or was that figured out?
So basically, the biggest complaint that I've encountered has been that it basically has not been a boon to the local businesses like it was advertised to be.
Sure.
Because Ken Ham was like, we'll hotels will be needed, so the hotel business will go up and people will need to eat, so the restaurant, whatnot. Turns out that hasn't been a big deal. I mean, I'm sure there's things like some increased traffic here and there, and the town isn't super. Yeah, the town isn't super happy with Ken Ham.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I mean, you're allowed to have an unpopular attraction, and governments know when they're going into deals where they're going to give tax breaks to businesses in hopes of attracting new taxpayers essentially to the area.
Them gambling and losing isn't inherently malicious.
As far as I understand in terms of the economics of Ken Ham's organization, Ark Encounter, I believe that they have attempted to comply with tax laws and also take advantage of opportunities that tax laws give them. So absolutely. I would not think, unlike the other K person who has weird ideas about laws and so forth, and that's actually a felon for some of those beliefs. I think Ken would probably try to comply with those laws. Now, I think on the other hand,
as far as I know, fairly law-abiding.
And the region, on the other hand, made some serious mistakes. They took as quote gospel that this Ark Encounter was going to invigorate the economy and pump all this money in the economy, and were willing to help subsidize certain aspects of the Ark Encounter. And to me, I call that gaining taxpayers and
again technically not subsidized. Technically not subsidized,
no.
Because that is in fact when you.
As a person who has been a city council member who has done tax stuff, whether you collect the tax money and give it back, or we decline to tax you on or give you a tax break.
All right, fair enough.
We call that a tax subsidy, right? And so Ken Ham and his organization has benefited from tax laws. Moreover, he has encouraged local governments to give him and accredit him things on the belief that the local government would gain from this stuff. And it turns out, in fact, this Ark Encounter has been a net detriment to the region as opposed to stuff. But this is generally why we, like I was with Sunnyvale, California, why we did not want to give a company a tax break, right? Because companies will come in and say, Sunnyvale, you should give us 5 years of tax-free stuff because look at all these jobs. And we just say no, right? Because the problem is when you give someone like Ken Ham and Ark Encounter that, the next group that comes in and wants to build a amusement park is going to want the same thing and perhaps even more, right? You basically lower your standards. So the fact that Ken Ham and his organization has benefited from tax laws and has legally used tax laws and has had government officials dumb enough to believe his economic things and given him benefits has resulted in the taxpayers having to either do less the same amount of money or have to collect those taxes from somebody else. So indirectly, Ken has made use of taxpayer benefits. Now, in my opinion, organizations like Ken Ham and all religious organizations should be taxed like any other business. I don't think he should be given any special tax breaks. But that's a tax policy decision.
Be removed for businesses all very much kind of across the board because they kind of serve no purpose except for to enable rich people to take advantage of them. Commander Cyborg said AIG who's been a member for 16 months. So thank you very much, Commander. AIG is a satchel of how do you even pronounce that?
Schissengruben.
Schissengruben.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Oh, I think I understand what that Germanic. I think it's Germanic, not Dutch.
I think it means a bag of dicks. So I'll take a drink.
But
Yeah,
they're
I
all part of this great big tree of life that goes back to some primordial form. And look, we see changes in finches, changes in dogs, and so on. Now, we don't deny the changes. You see that. You see different species of finches, different species of dogs. But then they put it all together in this evolutionary tree. But that's what you don't observe. You don't observe that. That's belief there. That's their historical science.
No.
I would say it was wrong.
I mean, to understand,
but you know what you...
I understand when you talk about belief, knowledge is a subset of belief, right? So we know that from
he's doing that
evidence
bait
of
and
record.
switch thing about co-opting words. That's the thing he's doing.
And so, it's belief like, well, this religion of Darwinism has this belief, and we have our belief, and they're equivalent, but our belief gives you a get out of death free card. So believe our stuff.
All right, let's see if we can get one more bout in here before we'll have to start wrapping up.
You do observe different species of dogs, different species of finches, but then there are limits, and you don't see one kind changing into another. Actually, we're told that if you teach creation in the public schools, that's teaching religion. If you teach evolution, that's science. And I'm going to say, wait a minute.
Correct.
Actually, the creation model here, based upon the Bible, observational science confirms this. This is what you observe.
No.
You don't observe this tree. Actually, it's the public school textbooks that are teaching a belief, imposing it on students, and they need to be teaching them observational science to understand the reality of what's happening. Now, what we found is that public school textbooks present the evolutionary tree as science, but reject the creation orchard as religion. But observational science confirms the creation orchard. So public school textbooks are rejecting observational science and imposing a naturalistic religion on students. The word evolution has been hijacked
by the way,
using a bait and switch.
paragraph is almost entirely wrong.
Yeah. And here's one of the things about science, right? What science gets taught in public school classrooms tends to be the very well-established consensus from about 10 to 20 years ago. So if you want creationism to end up being taught in schools, convince the scientists, and then in about 20 years it'll be taught in public schools, because it will be science, because it will be the thing that has the best evidence and that has become the consensus among the people who know what they're talking about in the field. Just do it.
By the way.
Yeah, that's the problem, is you won't be able to, because in an unexpected twist of fate, young earth creationism is wrong. Who could ever see it coming? Chesh, I can't hear you.
We have another 5 minutes or so of Ken Ham. Do you think we can get through it?
Sure. Yeah,
it took us 2 hours to get through the first 5 minutes. Just saying.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking Dapper. You're the one who's got to go soon.
I think we can get it through there.
Let's let him go for a whole minute and see what happens.
Ken Ham, the historical science bloke. I'm willing to admit that. Now, when Bill Nye's talking about aspirin, antibiotics, jet planes, smoke detectors, he does a great job at that. I used to enjoy watching him on TV too. That's Bill Nye, the observational science guy. But when he's talking about evolution of millions of years, I'm challenging him that's Bill Nye, the historical science guy. And I challenge the evolutionists to admit the belief aspects of their particular worldview. Now, at the Creation Museum, we're only too willing to admit our beliefs based upon the Bible, but we also teach people the difference between beliefs and what one can actually observe and experiment with in the present. I believe we're teaching people to think critically and to think in the right terms about science. I believe it's the creationists that should be educating the kids out there, because we're teaching them the right way to think. You know, we admit our origins of historical science is based upon the Bible, but I'm just challenging evolutionists to admit the belief aspects of evolution and be upfront about the difference here. As I said, I'm only too willing to admit my historical science based on the Bible. And let me further go on and define the term creation as we use it. By creation, we mean, here at Answers in Genesis and the Creation Museum, we mean the account based on the Bible. Yes, I take Genesis as literal history, as Jesus did. And here at the Creation Museum, we walk people through that history.
Sorry, I'm just going to drop a citation needed real quick. I need a citation of as Jesus did. I'm sorry, I need that one real quick. Okay, go on.
Yeah.
We walk them through creation, perfect creation. God made Adam and Eve, land animal kind, sea creatures, and so on. And then sin and death entered the world, so there was no death before sin. That means, how can you have billions of dead things before man sinned? And then...
Were you there?
The catastrophe of Noah's flood. If there was a global flood, you'd expect to find billions of dead things buried in rock layers laid down by water all over the earth. Had to say that.
Yep.
And there's no evidence for that.
Our supporters would want me to.
So, actually, there's too much evidence. There are actually too many fossils.
Oh no!
The number of fossils. So Ken Ham's model is all the fossils are created, or at least all the fossils from like the Paleozoic, there you go, and Mesozoic, are all created by the flood, which means they all had to be alive during the space of 1 year. If that were the case, then the pre-flood world was just a massive carpet of things like algae and squid. Just literally dozens of feet thick across, or tens of meters thick, right, across the entire planet. Just wall-to-wall cephalopods and algae and trilobites and whatnot. There are quadrillions of fossils. They're all over the place. There are places where the ground is mostly fossil. So if there were only billions of dead things in the ground, then maybe, yeah. Instead, there are orders of magnitude more. Just too many fossils. It doesn't work.
And what do you find? Billions of dead things buried in rock layers laid down by water all over the earth. Confusion, the Tower of Babel. God.
Bullshit. We find layers of things buried all over the earth, not inherently by water, because if you could show
Also
that,
true.
you would have showed it ages ago, and you haven't, and you're utilizing the same rhetoric and the same argumentation that people were using in, like, the 70s. Shut the fuck up!
So most sedimentary rock is indeed laid down by water, but not all of it is. So we have things like subaerial tuff, which is when ash falls through the air and consolidates into a rock. We have things like Aeolian sandstone, which is when wind bears the sand into the location it's going to be deposited, and then it's later solidified. It's wind-borne sand. We have evaporites, which are technically laid down in water, but by the water evaporating, which is the kind of thing that tends not to happen under a flood. I don't know how you get water to evaporate in the middle of a flood under the water. I don't know how that works.
You want to know, believe it or not, I wasn't actually talking out of my ass, and you want to know where I learned that stuff from? The other debate hub with Landon and Manya about,
nice.
volcanoes and Kent with Bent. So go educate yourselves, kids.
You get different languages, so you get different people groups. So this is the geological, astronomical, anthropological, biological history as recorded in the Bible. So this is concerning what happened in the past that explains the present.
We're going to pause it, and then I think this will be my last thing.
We're so close. We're so close.
The thing is, oh well. Look, we can have a sequel.
Fuck them. We'll do a part 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? You notice he's making broad but reasonably accurate statements, right? Like, there are lots of languages. Okay, the thing is that the Bible is, regardless of whether or not it's true and whether or not there's a God, right? Genesis, at least in the first few chapters, is specifically mythology. It is an explanation as to how the world ends up in the condition it is right now. So obviously, it contains an explanation that, if true, would result in a world that's broadly like the world now. That doesn't help. The question is, does it actually work in the specifics? And the answer ends up being no. So, of course, the Bible has an account for why there's more than one language out there. It was an odd thing that people had to have some kind of explanation for, because if you just come at the world a priori and you're a monolingual speaker who's never heard of other languages, why would you think that people elsewhere would speak differently? You might not. It's a thing that, asks for an explanation. Same thing with diversity of life. Why are there so many different animals and plants? Where'd they come from? But yeah, you can't just say that because the Bible has an explanation that it broadly explains why the world is sort of like it is. Doesn't help. You need to actually explain, why are there quadrillions of fossils? Why is it that the place that evidently has the most history of languages being exchanged and interchanged and, all this, why is that Africa? Why is that also where the most human diversity is in terms of genetics? Why are all of these things? Why are there rocks that weren't laid down by water all throughout the genealogical column if it's all happening under a flood? The people who wrote the Bible didn't worry about these things because they didn't know about them. You think some guy in Babylon is going to go and take a genetic sample and like a linguistic survey of like East Africa? No. How would he do that? That's insane. So of course, when he writes down his explanation, it doesn't account for those things because how could it? And that's, I think, where I'm going to be like, all right, that's my last bit on Ken Ham.
I think that's
for
fair.
today.
We have been live for
almost 4.5.
4.5 hours.
So I look forward to, I think, part 2, because I think we have.
I feel
so much more.
No, we don't. Yeah, listen, we don't. You don't even understand. If I look at the timestamp right now, we skipped the first couple of minutes, right? Like we skipped like who's Ken Ham is and who Bill Nye is. Yeah. We are at 38 minutes and 19 seconds out of a total of 2 hours and 31 minutes and 19 seconds, which means we have an hour and 53 left to go. We made it through like a quarter.
On the other hand, Chesh, I don't think there's a linear relationship. I think we had to get over a lot of stuff in order to build.
The nice stuff will go faster. The nice stuff.
Well, the nice stuff's gonna go faster,
and then some of the other responses.
And like there was. And like I said, I absolutely 100%, and I don't know how more clear I can be about this. I absolutely agree that Landon is right, that there was a degree of like foundation that needed to be laid when dealing with somebody who has so much baggage attached to them like Ken Ham does. But that's just my excuse for taking an hour to go through 5 minutes.
Yeah. And so, even so, there was very educational stuff. Again, I appreciate all the stuff of learning about language, about biology, about phonology, and so forth. It's things that I find fascinating.
Sorry, I don't mean to be too into this because Dapper brought up, and then there were rocks, or the rocks were there is the name of the book.
Mm-hmm.
I have reached out to Jackson and RJ Downer to potentially have them on to shill and talk about their book.
Nice.
So look out for that in the near future. Currently, I'm scheduling.
My copy is signed by RJ.
Ooh. Currently, I'm scheduling them for the Wednesday the 15th, so next month. So hopefully we'll see them around soon. I'm also currently trying my best to schedule Craig and Joe from Answers and Reasons to talk about like what is skepticism. So we'll have a Christian and we'll have an atheist on to kind of talk about what that is. They're hard to schedule because Joe is a very, very busy man, and also he lives on the other side of the planet. So his availability times are all over the place. But Landon, what are you working on right now? Anything in particular? Well,
I'm working on some programming projects related to the International Obfuscated Succo Contest. We're preparing for a expedition to Australia for a total solar eclipse, and then up into Indonesia for some volcanoes, and Komodo Dragon for some good old critter stuff. Coming back, train from north-south on Australia to see the center of Australia, and then heading off to Queensland to some Queenslanders to take me out into the outback, and hopefully I don't die because they know how to keep me alive. And it'll be a bunch of stuff relating to that thing going forward. So that's in the next couple of months, as well as supporting a bunch of young scientists around the world and helping some people who have escaped the really tragedy going on in Russia to help in the world and praying. Even nothing, if nothing else, support for or encouragement for those people going forward, as well as I do want to encourage folks to consider Dapper Dino's channel, because you will learn a lot of stuff about what, not only the silliness but also some of the foundations of what is right, and also Chesh's channel, because you have programs like this. Finally, I want to give a shout out to best wishes to some of my friends in South California, like places like Redwood, California, that are expecting 1.9 meters of snow over 30 hours. That's a significant amount of snow. For those that are metrically challenged, that's almost 6 feet of snow in almost one day, which is near record. But
That's
the
a
big
lot of
problem
snow.
is that if you get
Canadian.
that much snow piling up on roofs, you can get really catastrophic things
Shovel
going
your
forward,
roof.
as well as when it begins to melt and flood and so forth. So I wish the best for those people that are going through a really difficult time coming forward in that region.
It's dangerous.
Yep. Dapper, what do you got going on?
All right, so check out my channel. It's probably linked. I don't know.
It is in the description.
Okay, so nice. So tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to be having a conversation with a creationist alongside Jackson Wheat on my channel. That creationist is one Jeremy Spry. I am double checking the time for that so I don't get it wrong. So that is scheduled for... It's not my usual time for streaming on Saturday, so that's why I'm a little double checking so I don't get it wrong. But yeah, so I'll give you that time when I find it. But on Tuesday, Jackson Wheat should be back on my channel for Jackson with Jackson, where we talk about Charles Jackson, the bad Jackson, if you will. Oh, by the way, that is the Saturday stream is 3:30 p.m. Pacific, so 6:30 p.m. Eastern. If you're in Europe, sorry, I know that's really late for you guys, but this is when Jeremy was available, so I had to schedule around the guest.
Yeah, I feel that life.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do when it comes to guests, right? Then on Thursday the 2nd, the octopus can't evolve. We're going to be told why octopus are... you just can't evolve an octopus. It's just impossible, apparently.
Oh.
Then on the Saturday
octopi, by the way, are amazing critters. I encourage you to take that channel up, because those... I mean, you're talking about, the opposite of some of those tunicates. Like they're probably the coolest critters in the ocean that you can imagine.
Oh yeah,
and I've had direct encounters with octopi that recognize me, and they're extraordinary creatures.
That's cute.
So yay, octopi.
All right, on the 4th, I don't know what I have going on. It'll be something probably though. Then on, let's see, the 7th, we're going to be doing Kent with Bent, I believe 105. I am trying to work on getting a guest. I'm not sure if we'll have a guest
on
the panel for that day. Actually, I was thinking about trying to get a different guest on this time.
Well, fuck you.
Well, I mean, Chesh, you are by far the most frequent guest that we have, so you know.
I am. It's true. It's me.
Yeah.
It's fun to when you have Canadian goblins showing up.
Listen, he knows that I cause problems, and they never get anywhere when I'm there, and also that I blow the F-bomb out of the water every time I show up.
Last time you didn't, though.
I did once.
Well, but you didn't do it in the first half hour like you usually
do. That's true. I was good. I behaved well last time. I used one F-bomb. I did a good job.
Then on the 9th, my plan is to release Unwise Fossil Floods, the movie, which is an hour and 53-minute supercut of my most recent series about Kurt Wise, in which he goes into paleontology and gets nearly everything wrong.
Nice. To the surprise of fucking nobody.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, technically, I could give you my schedule for the next 4 months, but I'm not going to. I'll stop there.
Dear Lord, please don't.
But hey,
just go and subscribe.
Yeah, hey, if you want to watch the next 4 months of videos or so, join the channel membership program or the Patreon, and you gain access to all my early access videos, which, there's 4 months worth of content in there. There's hours and hours. You could sit there and watch Dapper Dino for the next day.
Yeah, and even though you want to wait until it comes out, supporting what he does is a good thing. So I would encourage you to do that. By the way, for those that are watching, if you've gone this far, you've obviously enjoyed some of this content or put up with it. If you could click that little like button, the little up arrow thing to help Chesh and Chesh's channel, it would be appreciated.
Hit like.
Yeah, if you are a supporter of the channel, thank you so much. You help me feed my dog. If you are a member, please feel free to join us in the Discord. If you're a Patreon, also feel free to join us in the Discord. There's access to all kinds of additional features. So between emotes, between extra art, between extra hangout times, between if you just kind of want to hang out and chat. Those are all features that you get access to. I will also be live tomorrow with Manya for Dumb Fact Friday, and we're talking about Jordan Peterson. And I have every expectation that I will probably throw I was actually considering replacing my computer chair that's here right now with a different chair that I have an easier time picking up and throwing across the room for how annoying this is going to be. So please feel free for joining us on Dumb Fact Friday.
It'll be
tomorrow.
epic. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
As she says.
For everybody but me. Also, we're going to be live on Tuesday, but it will not be your normal The Shit Show on Tuesday. It will actually be another debate hub because I have successfully rescheduled Bearded Heretic and Chris Shelton. So if you're interested in hearing what psychologists have to say about the status of, or like the current overarching kind of feel around media and how that affects our lives and kind of what it shows and what it reflects about current society's sort of thought process and what's going on there and why reboots blow ass, join us on Tuesday. And hopefully I will have Jackson and RJ the following week. This has been
and there's also, by the way, on the 3rd, right, the March 3rd, there's a see what Madame Pele is doing in Volcanoes.
Yeah,
stuff
we have
there, so
more Madame
Pele
Pele stuff on the 3rd, and we have another Unnamed Tavern coming up soon. So make sure you like and subscribe. Thank you so much for supporting. It's greatly appreciated if you super chatted. Thank you so much. And this has been Debate Hub, and we will see you tomorrow. I didn't have my thing set up for clicking. I'm sorry. Okay, bye. Goodbye now. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.